trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. I can't believe the things I do just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare. I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion. Your love is endless like an ocean, Nithya.
Output is on. Nithyananda, mic test.
My life become a meditation. Ever since we had a deep connection, Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. Oh, my heart begins to dance. And every time I think of you, I just start to melt. So much beauty to be felt.
Dedicated your entire life to waking us up inside to the truth of who we are, whether you are near or far. You're showering us constantly, and you listen so patiently, no matter how much time it takes, even when we make the same mistakes.
Pure light is radiating. Your words are so intoxicating. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Your truth is always resonating. We'll forever be celebrating. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. Heart begins to dance. And every time I think of you, I just start to melt. So much beauty to be felt.
Thank you for everything you do, for guiding us to be like you, revealing all that we can do. I would be lost without you. Such graceful movements, it's like you fly. Your form is pleasing to my eyes. Sometimes I just can't help but cry, because you happened in my life. Every time I see you, I just expand. Heart begins to dance. And every time
Nithyananda, everybody. I request every one of you to please settle down. We have another few seconds to begin. Please settle down. I request all the KAILASA Vasis Volunteers to assist the participants with settling down. Inhale and exhale deeply. Inhale and exhale deeply. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to your breath. Inhale deeply. Exhale deeply. Now, bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. Let's begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Let us set the intention for the day. Visualize how you want your entire day to be. Visualize yourself being strong, powerful, flexible, having a yogic body. See yourself manifesting Paramashiva, Swamiji, Beginning with the Tattvachamanam, please take the Panchapatram and the Uddarni in your hands. Let us enter into the Tattvachamanam.
Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, take an Uddarni of water into your right palm. Sip the water from the base of the right palm along with the mantra. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Take another Uddarni of water. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Take another Uddarni of water. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Please wash your hand with an Uddarni of water. With the base of the right thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tip of the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the right eye, the left eye, the right ear and then the left ear. Again wash your hand. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of the head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand.
Before we enter into the Sankalpa, let us chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times. Please sit straight. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Shivaya. Om Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum 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 Shivaya Namaha. We are now going to be entering into the Sankalpa, which is the conscious resolution. When you create a conscious resolution, the very power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver and manifest the results that you intend to have. So from the same space, for us to experience the space of oneness with Swamiji, aligning our geometry to the cosmic geometry, let us now enter into the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Please clasp your left hand with your right and place it on your right thigh.
Om ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्धे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे उत्तरायणे लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतु मिथुनमासे कृष्णपक्षे चतुर्दश्यां शुभतिथौ मंगलवासरयुक्तायां रोहिणी नक्षत्र शूलयोग शकुनिकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसंघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपणशाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् ऋषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ़ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञानसंबंधदेशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञानसंबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंदपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनुइक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्ताभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसंबंधदेशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्तिसिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थकाममोक्षचतुर्विधफलपुरुषार्थसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्ययुक्त दृढ़गात्र योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Please wash your hand with an uddani of water. Om upasprishya.
Now, please place your Panchapatram and Udarni aside and stand up. Please come to standing position. Let's enter into the yoga for the day. All of you, please stand up. Make sure that your Panchapatram and Udarni are aside. Let us now begin with rotating our neck. Please start off by rotating your neck. Rotate it clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Now interlock your hands behind your neck and gently apply pressure, pushing it downward and then up. Now let's move forward with rotating our hands. Start rotating your hands, making nice and big circles. You're going to rotate it in the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. When you're rotating it, nicely stretch it out. Relax. Now let's go forward. Bend your elbows, placing your hands on your shoulders and rotate your shoulders. We're going to rotate them clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Relax. Let's now move forward to twisting ourselves from the left to right. You're going to swing yourself from the left to right. Leave your body loose as you swing yourself. Come on, leave your body loose. When you're twisting yourself, you're going to exhale and twist. And relax. Now you're going to bend forward and down. Bend forward and down. Try to bring your forehead to your knee. Bend forward and down. As you come down, exhale. As you go up, you're going to inhale. Try to bring your forehead as close as possible towards your feet. Look down and look back. Just exhale and get yourself closer to the ground. Relax. Come back to a standing position. Let's move on to rotating our wrist. Start rotating your wrist. In the clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. And then you're going to pull your wrist towards you, forward and backward. When you pull, you're just going to hold at the stretch for a couple of seconds so you feel the stretch. And let's move forward. You're going to now pull your hands, interlock them with one, and then stretch your hand out. Raise your hand as close as possible towards your face. Raise the stretched hand as close as possible towards your face. And then repeat it on the other direction. Now go forward and interlock your hands behind your head and stretch them all the way up towards the sky. Interlock your hands above your head and stretch them all the way up towards the sky. Come on, all of you, push, push. Try to reach. Stretch out all the way from your shoulder joints, shoulder blades. Push yourself up and slowly move to the left. Hold for a couple of seconds and then move to the right. And repeat this. Stretching yourself to the left and right. Wherever you feel the stretch happening, try to hold there for a couple of seconds before you move to the next direction. And relax. Now you're going to interlock your hands behind your head, behind your back. And you're going to push yourself towards the ground. Push yourself towards the ground. As you're going down, you're going to exhale. Try to get your hands all the way to the ground as you're stretching yourself to the bottom. Try to get your knees, your face as close as possible towards your knees. And relax. Slowly come back to a standing position. From here we are going to move forward with rotating our hips. Let's start off by rotating our hips. Rotate your hips. First we'll get started with the clockwise and then we'll move into the anti-clockwise direction. Make nice and round circles with your hips. Rotate it in the opposite direction. Now let's move forward to rotating our knees. You're going to rotate them clockwise and then the anti-clockwise direction. Let's move forward to rotating our feet one leg at a time. You're going to raise one foot and rotate your ankles. One foot at a time. Switch the legs and repeat it. Okay, relax. Now start moving towards the front and back of your mat. We're going to take a minute to start jumping and increase our heartbeat before we enter. So just start walking towards the front and back, shake out your legs. In a few seconds, we are going to start jumping in our place for the next 1 minute. So just shake out your hands, your legs as you prepare yourself to get started. So once again, the ideal goal is for us to keep the jumping continuous. Okay, try to jump as high as you can, but the focus is for us to continuously jump without taking any breaks. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, let's begin. Start jumping. Wherever you are, start jumping. Come on, jump, jump, jump. Lift your feet off the ground. Lift your feet off the ground. Keep jumping. You're 15 seconds in. Keep going. Jump with both your feet off the ground. Try to jump with both your feet off the ground. We're 30 seconds in. Another 30 seconds to go. Keep going. Go faster. Keep jumping. Come on, those at the back, don't stop. Keep going. Keep going. We have 40 seconds in. Another 20 seconds to go. That's it. Keep going. We're almost there. Keep moving. Last 10 seconds. Jump faster. Jump higher. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Just start moving towards the front and back of your mat. Don't stop. Don't stand still. Just walk forward and backward. Catch your breath. Inhale and exhale through your nose. We are now going to be entering into the skeleton dance. The skeleton dance, you want to wake up every single one of your muscle that is there, every single bone, every single joint, every single part of your body. You're just going to visualize yourself as just skeleton in your inner space, and you want to make sure that every single joint, every single bone in your body is moving. So you're going to move in all directions possible, waking yourself up. Let us now enter into the skeleton dance. Let's begin.
Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam. Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam.
Shake, shake. Keep going, keep moving, keep moving. Shake your hands, shake your legs, your neck. Last 30 seconds.
Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam, Nithyanandam, 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 Anandam, Nithyanandam, Anandam.
Last 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Just relax. Stay wherever you are. Stand still. Keep your mouth closed. Inhale and exhale deeply. Inhale all the way from your knees. Visualize the breath going in. And then exhale all the way till your knees. Take deep and long breaths. Feel the blood coursing through your veins, your muscles, and your entire body pulsating with this energy. Inhale and exhale deeply. Try to stay still without any movement. Inhale and exhale. Slowly open your eyes and settle down. Please come to a seated position. Open your eyes and all of you can come to a seated position. We'll now be continuing with the Sakala Vinyasa Krama. The first asana that we will be performing today is going to be Siddhi Jivi Asana. Now bring both your feet to your perineum. Bring both your feet close to your perineum and try to flap your feet so you can bring them all the way towards the ground. Let's do this for a few seconds. Flap your feet. Place your hands on your thigh and push them all the way towards the ground. Try to push your thighs all the way to the ground. Hold in that position. Keep that stretch in place. Once again, get back to flapping your thighs. Now, lift one foot at a time and try to bring it as close as possible towards your chest. One foot at a time. Try to bring it as close as possible towards your chest. Try to hold it there. Pull it as high as you can where you're feeling the stretch. You're going to pull it there and try to hold it. Come on, all of you, try to lift and hold. Hold the position where you're feeling the stretch. Breathe in and breathe out there. Now, switch the legs. Repeat the same on the other side. Pull the other leg as close as possible towards your chest. Pull it as high as you can. And hold. Relax. Now once again get your feet back closer to your perineum. Now from this position you're going to pull your toes towards your navel center. Your heels will be on the ground. Pull your toes towards your navel center. Pull it and hold it there. Your heels continue to be on the ground. Your toes are pulled towards your navel center. Try to pull as much as you can. Where you start feeling the discomfort, but it's not straining you. Open your shoulders out. Open your shoulder blades. Pinch your back. Crush your back. And pull your feet as close as possible towards you. Now, we are going to be performing the Santa Kumbhaka along with the Uddiyana Bandha, which means you're going to inhale through your nose and then exhale fully and pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. See the prana enveloping you inside and outside you, the breath, prana shakti, covering you in and out, and then release and repeat. During this time, please make sure that you are continuing to pull your feet towards you. Please continue to keep the tension and continue to perform the pranayama, the Santa Kumbhaka, along with the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, blessing you to live the life of a yogi, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paga ko sojo jayi.
Relax. Now, you're going to once again pull your feet as close as possible. Your heels on the ground and try to pull your feet up. Now once you have placed your foot in this position, then bring your hands in front of your heart. Try to keep the toes as high as possible. Bring your hand in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Consciously try to pull your feet up. Your toes up, your heels on the ground. Now visualize yourself as a source of water as you perform the Panipatra Asana with the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नाभौ संस्थाप्य गुल्फौ च तन्मध्ये करपात्रतां शनैर्यत्नेन कुर्वीत पाणिपात्रं तदुच्यते.
Relax. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Saptarishi Asana. So we are going to do this one leg at a time. We will show you what needs to be done and then we can practice. So from the position where you have both your feet at your perineum, you're going to lift one foot at a time. You're going to pull it inward and try to place it under your armpit. So one leg at a time, try to push it into the armpit. And then you're going to try and repeat the same on the other leg as well. Trying to push it under the armpit. And then place your hands on top of your head. So this is the Saptarishi Asana. Let us do this together. Relax your feet. Let's pull one foot at a time. Okay, so now we're going to pull one foot at a time. You can choose whether you want to take your right leg or your left. Now pull it all the way up. As you can see, try to pull it all the way up and try to place it at least under your elbows or your arms to begin with. Try to lift it and try to place your foot on top of your elbows or your arms. Try to hold there. Now Sevika, try to push it. Yeah, right. Yes. Try to bend it, try to lift it a little more higher. If you try to lift it a little more higher, then with the hand that you are holding, right, the right hand, yes, exactly. Now you're getting it. So the whole point is for us to try and push it all the way behind. So you're going to try and lift it, trying to push it on top of our palm. Let's try the other side now. Switch your legs. Let's try the other side. If you're not able to place it behind your arms, that's fine. Try to pull it. Try to pull it backward as much as you can. Consciously try to pull yourself into the position. Even if you're not able to get the whole thing right away, as you're doing, you'll be able to get it as we practice a little more. As you can see, you can try to pull your foot up from the center position. Try to push it outward with the support of your hands. Yes. Now while doing this, visualize yourself as one of the Saptarishis of Paramashiva with the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Relax. Relax. Just stretch your feet out in front of you. Relax. Yes, let's now move on to the next asana. The next is going to be Sukti Asana. We are going to be performing a variation that will help us get into the actual asana. So what you need to do is you need to get yourself into Padmasana. So get your foot into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana. Try to get yourself into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana. Now from this position, you are now going to push your weight in front and you're going to stand on top of your knees in Padmasana. And try to balance there. If you're not able to balance, you can take your hand to support by putting one hand on the ground or both on the ground and supporting yourself. Try to balance yourself in the asana. Come on, all of you, either Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana, either way is fine. But every one of you on your knees. Come on, lift, 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 lift. Try to balance yourself. Try to get yourself into Padmasana and try to balance yourself. Look at one point in front of you. Try to gaze at one point in front of you and try to balance yourself. While doing this, you're going to visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of an oyster in your inner space. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पाश्निनाभौ संस्थाप्य जङ्घाबहिः प्रदेशेन सम्मीलयेत् श्रुत्यासनं भवति.
Relax, settle down. The next asana is going to be Sthitarasana. In Sthitarasana, you're going to sit in Padmasana. Place your feet in Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana position. See, even those of you who find Padmasana a little difficult, right? Try to still push yourself. How many of you are finding Padmasana difficult? Can you raise your hands? Those of you who are having difficulty with Padmasana. Okay, alright, drop your hands. Now, we are going to we are like 21 days, we are more than 21 days in. So, we are going to push ourselves a little more even if it feels hurting. Okay? Try to pull your feet up. All the Kailasa those who require help, go there, assist them to try to pull their foot up, even if it is hurting a bit. Let's push ourselves, get ourselves into Padmasana, even if it is for just a second. Okay? But let's all try to get ourselves into Padmasana. Those who are already able to do Padmasana, you're going to go to the next level, stretch your feet out and you're going to get your foot into Padmasana without the support of your hands. Raise your hands up above your head. Now you're going to just use the force of your foot and enter into Padmasana. So this is for those who are already able to do Padmasana. Practice this. Now for those who need support, all the Kailasa all the hall volunteers, Adinavasis, please go around supporting and trying to give that additional pull for those who require the support. Even if it hurts a little, try to push yourself a little further into it. Those who are able to do Padmasana, try to get yourself into Padmasana without the support of your hands. Come on, come on, come on, you guys do that, don't wait. If you got once, repeat it again. In the initial stages, you can place your hand at the back and then enter into the Padmasana. Once you're able to do that, then you can do it without your hands. Try to use force. Okay, when you're pulling it in, try to use your force. So that way you're able to do it. Okay, good. Now from this position, once you enter into the Padmasana position, you're now going to place your hands in front of your heart. Place your hands in front of your heart. Now you're going to bend forward and down, trying to get your hand all the way to the ground. Bend forward and down. Bend forward as much as you can. Hold the position. Hold the position. Bend forward and down as much as you can. Hold the position at the bottom. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and experience the space of oneness with Swamiji. And the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अर्थात पलोठी बालिने बेसवूते शिष्टासन कहेवा यछे.
Relax. Slowly come back to a seated position in Padmasana. Place your hands on your respective knees. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. We are now going to perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka as we perform the Ambujasana. Bring your mouth, placing your teeth and your tongue like the beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and then exhale through your nose. Along with this, we are going to perform the Uddiyana Bandha. So you're going to inhale through your mouth and then exhale forcefully through your nose. Pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha and then repeat. Continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka along with the Uddiyana Bandha as we perform the Ambujasana. Place your hands on your respective knees. Visualize a lotus in your inner space and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अपानमुत्थाप्य शनैः स्वशक्तितः प्राणं समाकृष्य च कुम्भकं चरेत्. धृत्वा यथाशक्त्यनुचरेत् शनैः वायुं गदग्नं स्मृतमम्बुजासनम्.
Relax. Now we are going to hold on, cross our hands, and we are going to hold on to our opposite knees. Try to bring your knees closer by pulling your feet inward. And you are going to cross your hands and hold on to your opposite knees with your hands. Once again, now we are going to continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka along with the Uddiyana Bandha. So inhale through your mouth, placing your mouth in the beak, in the shape of a beak of a crow. And then exhale through your nose, pulling your stomach in and up. Repeat the Kakachanchukumbhaka. Now visualize yourself being born from a lotus flower and the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
तत्र कौलासनं कृत्वा अथवा कमलासनं महाविद्या महामन्त्रं जप्त्वा लिङ्गमवाप्नुयात्.
Relax. Now we are going to enter into the Uttamangasana. As you continue to be seated in Padmasana, bend forward and down. Stretch your hands out in front of you and bring your forehead to the ground. Forward and down. I request all the Kailasavasis to support and help the participants. Stretch your hands out in front of you, bend forward and down. Stay there. Stay here, stay in the position. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
स्थित्वैतदासने मन्त्रे अधशीर्षः करोति चेत् उत्तमाङ्गासनं ज्ञेयं योगीनामतिदुर्लभम् एतदासनमात्रेण शरीरं शीतलं भवेत् पुनः पुनः प्रसादेन चैतन्यकुण्डली भवेत्.
Slowly sit up. You can stretch your feet out if you want. Just relax it for a few seconds. Even for those of you who are doing all the asanas in Padmasana, if you feel it's hurting a bit, you can relax, but once again get yourself back into Padmasana. When we are entering into the asanas, now once again let's get our feet back into Padmasana or Ardha Padmasana. From this position, bring your hands together, interlace them above your head, place them on top of your crown center. Turn your head towards the right and gaze at your armpits. Now you're going to continue to perform the Kaka Chanchukumbhaka, which is inhaling through your mouth, keeping it in the shape of a beak of a crow. Continue to perform the Kaka Chanchukumbhaka. Now visualize Paramashiva in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उपविश्यासने सम्यक् बाहू कृत्वार्धकुञ्चितौ कक्षव्योम्निमनः कुर्वन् सममायाति तल्लयात्.
Relax. You can drop your hands. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Kulyasana. In Kulyasana, as you continue to be seated in Padmasana, place your right hand on your forehead and the left hand behind your neck. The right hand on your forehead and the left hand behind your neck. And bring your gaze towards your third eye. Bring your gaze towards your third eye. Now continue to perform the Kaka Chanchukumbhaka, bringing your mouth in the shape of a beak of a crow. Inhale through your mouth and then exhale through your nose. Continue to perform the Kaka Chanchukumbhaka. Now visualize yourself as the center, as the origin of a river of Shakti conscious energy that is flowing into you through the Sahasrara Chakra and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ कुल्यासनं वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा कौलिको भवेत् एकहस्तं मस्तकस्थो धशीर्षभिन्नगेकरम्.
Relax. The next asana is Divyasana. Now, from the Padmasana position, you're now going to hold on to your opposite elbows behind your back. Hold on to your opposite elbows behind your back. Now, once you hold on to your opposite elbows behind your back, you're going to bend down and forward, trying to bring your forehead onto the ground. Bend forward and down. Now slowly come back to a seated position. Now from here you're going to place your left hand on your navel center, your right hand continuing to hold on to the elbow behind you. From here bend down once again, bringing your forehead to the ground. Visualize all the gods and goddesses of KAILASA blessing you as you perform the Divyasana and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ दिव्यासनं वक्ष्ये पृष्ठं हस्तेन बन्धयेत् एकहस्तमध्यदेशं भूमिहस्तं च नासया.
Relax, come back to a seated position in Padmasana. We are now going to be repeating the Padmasana 5. So once again, interlock your fingers and place them on the crown of your head. Now, place your mouth in the shape of a beak of a crow as you continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka. Turn and look at your left armpit and perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka. Please continue to perform the Kakachanchukumbhaka. Visualize Paramashiva blessing you in your inner space with the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उपविश्यासने सम्यक् बाहू कृत्वार्धकुञ्चितौ कक्षव्योम्निमनः कुर्वं सममायाति तल्लजात्.
Now relax. Once again, you are now going to hold on to your elbows behind you. Hold on to your elbows behind you. Now this time, you're going to be bringing your right hand, right palm and placing it on top of your stomach as your left hand is bent behind, holding on to your right elbow. From here, bend forward and down. Bringing your forehead down to the ground. Bringing your forehead onto the ground. Hold the position. Visualize all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa blessing you. With the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ कुल्यासनं वक्षे यत्कृत्वा कौलिको भवेत् एकहस्तं मस्तकस्थोऽधशीर्षभिन्नगेकरम्.
Relax. Slowly come back to a seated position. Stretch your feet out and shake it out. So once again, we are going to be getting our feet into Padmasana position. Get your feet into Padmasana. Chukumbaka. And exhale. Japa. Om Nithyananda Param. Trying to get your feet as close as possible. And then you're going to try and hold on to your ears with your hands, balancing yourself in this position. If you're not able to enter it into Padmasana, you can cross your legs and repeat the same. Keep your legs crossed and insert your hands in between the feet and try to hold on to your ears. Balancing yourself. Visualize yourself as a bat in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ भूरिभुक्तस्य पाचनं सद्यो जरामशूलादौ वल्गुल्यासनं स्थित्वा समं सरसिजे कृत्वा वामकक्ष्णोर्वो.
Relax. The next asana is going to be Parasaramasana 2. It's going to be the same what we did. The only difference is going to be where we interlock our hands behind our neck. So instead of placing it on our ears, we are going to be interlocking our hands behind our neck. So you're going to try and pull your hands all the way to hold on to your neck. So if you're able to do it in Padmasana, that's great. If not, you can cross your feet and then you can repeat the same. Try to bring your hands behind your neck. Hold the position. You're going to visualize Lord Rama in your inner space with the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम करे पद्मासन आछे सूधो सोवे भू परिपाछे गोड़ा अरुजंघाये दोगु भूसो लगतारा शेषोयी.
The next asana is going to be Garbha Pindasana. In Garbha Pindasana, as you continue to hold the previous position, you're going to roll back onto your back and then try to come back to a seated position. So insert your hands in the gap between your feet. And try to roll yourself onto the back and come back to a seated position. Continue to roll. Either place your hands in Padmasana, place your feet in Padmasana and roll, or cross your feet and you can try and repeat the same. Try to roll yourself. Now, as you perform this, you're going to visualize Swamiji blessing you to generate unlimited energy and the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
मायूरं पिञ्छमायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितं कौकुटं गर्भपिण्डं च कौर्मं योगनृसंहकम्.
Relax. The next asana we are going to do is going to be Simhasana 2. In Simhasana 2, as your feet continue to be in Padmasana, you're going to lean forward. You're going to get up onto your knees, leaning forward, placing your hands in the ground in front of you. Lift your head up, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully, visualizing yourself as a lion. If you're not able to do Padmasana, you can do the Ardha Padmasana, but come up on your knees, placing your hands in front of you. Visualize yourself as a lion and forcefully exhale. Have the internal japa. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सैन्धस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Relax. The next asana we are going to perform is going to be Urdhva Kukutasana. So in Urdhva Kukutasana, once again, actually all the set of asanas we will be doing further from here is going to be in Padmasana only. So wherever you feel your Padmasana it's hurting a bit, you can relax, stretch your feet out and continue. So this next asana that we are going to perform is going to be Urdhva Kukutasana. In Urdhva Kukutasana, you are going to be placing your feet in Padmasana. Now come back on your knees, placing your hands in front of you. Now slowly you are going to try and slide your feet up on top of your hands. You are going to try to slide your feet up on top of your hands. Getting yourself into the Urdhva Kukutasana position. So there are a couple of different ways of doing this. This is one way of doing it where from the bottom you are going up. The second way of doing it is, if you are able to do the Shirsasana from the headstand position, placing your hands in front of you, forehead on the ground, you can get yourself up into the Shirsasana position. And then get your feet into Padmasana from here. Now slowly bend and drop your feet on top of your elbows and then slowly try to lift your head off the ground. So this is another way of doing it. So these are two different variations of doing this asana. So one, you can get your feet into Padmasana, place your hands in front of you and try to slide yourself up. Come on, it's for every one of you to do. Thank you for your applause, but this is for every one of you to do. Yes, let's try to get into the position. So either from the Padmasana, we can pull ourselves up by placing our hands in front, or you can enter into the headstand position. From there, get your feet into Padmasana. This is actually much easier also because your leg will automatically drop above your elbows. From there, it's only a matter of you trying to balance yourself and slowly lifting your head off the ground. Slowly lifting your head off the ground. Okay, yes, let's try it. Come on, let's at least try to be in the position and try to lift ourselves. Even if you're going to slide, just try to slide yourself up. Visualize yourself as a rooster while you're performing the Urdhva Kukutasana and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
ऊर्ध्वकुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Relax. Alright, relax. The next asana is going to be Padmasana 6, where from Padmasana, pull both your feet closer to you because now you're going to cross your hands behind your back and hold on. Cross your hands behind your back and hold on to your opposite feet from behind you. We'll show you how it looks from the back. In front, you're going to pull your knees as close as possible and then crossing your hands behind your back. Try to hold on to your feet and hold the position. At least try to hold one foot at a time, even if you're not able to do both. Try to hold one foot at a time with one hand. Use one hand which is there in front of you to push the feet backward and hold it on with the other behind you. Now visualize yourself as a lotus flower in your inner space and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
वामोरुपरि दक्षिण च चरणं संस्थाप्य वामं तथा दक्षोरुपरि पश्चिमेन विधिना धृत्वा कराभ्यां दृढम्.
The next asana is going to be Baddha Padmasana. You continue to remain seated in the same way. You're going to once again pull your feet. There's going to be a change in the bandha. We're going to be performing the Uddiyana bandha along with this. So last time if you tried to pull your left leg backward and hold on to it from behind, this time try to pull your right leg towards your shoulder, means towards your hip, closer to your hip, and hold. You can do the same with Ardha Padmasana also. So where one foot is down and the other foot goes backward, and try to hold on to it. Okay, so as you can Try to hold on to at least one foot at a time. Now inhale and exhale. We are going to perform the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Ujjayi Pranayama. So inhale through your nose and your mouth together, and then exhale forcefully through your nose, and pull your stomach in and up, and repeat. Visualize yourself as a lotus flower in your inner space, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य तदङ्गुष्ठद्वयं पुनः व्युत्क्रमेणैव हस्ताभ्यां बद्धपद्मासनं भवेत्.
Now relax, get your feet into Padmasana. You're now going to hold on to your neck. Bring your elbows together as you hold on to your neck. Bring your elbows together and bend forward, trying to bring your chin to the chest. Try to bring your elbows as close as possible. We are now performing Padmasana 7. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Pranayama. Inhale through your nose and your mouth, and hold, and then slowly exhale through your nose. Now visualize Paramashiva blessing you in your inner space, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
पद्मासनस्थिता योगी जनसङ्गविवर्जितः विज्ञाननाडिद्वितीयम् अङ्गुलीभ्यां निरोधयेत्.
Relax. Now the next asana we are going to perform is going to be Urdhva Padmasana. So once you are in Padmasana, you're going to lie down on your back. Lie down on your back, and from here you're going to try and get your feet as high as possible in Padmasana, supporting your hips with your hands. Lift yourself all the way on your shoulders in Padmasana. Hold the position. Now you're going to visualize yourself as an inverted lotus in your inner space, and the internal japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
प्रथम अर्ध पद्मासना निपेठे बेसी पछी सोई माथु भेय पर राखी.
Relax, slowly drop your feet. Now, as you continue to be in Padmasana, your feet continues to be in Padmasana, you're going to raise your hands behind your head, lay down on the ground, feet in Padmasana. Raise your hands and place it behind your head. Your right palm on top of your left. And bring your gaze towards the nose. We are now going to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka along with the Mahamudra Bandha. The Sahaja Pranayama, you are going to inhale through your nose. Visualize the breath carrying the prana through your entire body. Lock the breath inside by bringing your chin to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. And then exhale forcefully. Pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. And repeat the pranayama. Continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. You're going to be visualizing yourself as a mountain in your inner space. With the internal japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासन मंगलम यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Now slowly stretch your feet out as we enter into Shavasana. Lay down on your back, stretch your feet out. Place your palms by the side of your hips, palms facing up towards the sky. Inhale and exhale deeply. Visualize your entire body is dead. Swamiji is liberating you.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Bring your awareness back to your body. Move your feet, move your toes, move your fingers. Slowly bring your knees towards your chest. Hug your knees. And move towards the left and right. And slowly come to a seating position. Come back to a seated position. Now bring your hands in front of your heart in the Anjali Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, everybody. Let's all give ourselves a big round of applause. We have finished the first set of the full entire round of Sakala Vinyasa Krama, Prathama, Dvitiya and Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. So let's all give ourselves a big round of applause. Let us gather back for the next session for the puja, another 20 minutes by 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Putting all my trust in you, 'cause you know it's best for me to lead a blissful life, a life with no more strife. I can't believe the things I do, just to spend a little time with you. Nothing will compare, I know you will take care.
You're always showing us compassion. Your love is endless like an ocean. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. My life become a meditation. Ever since we had a deep connection. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. Oh, my heart begins to dance. And every time I think of you, I just start to melt. So much beauty to be felt.
Dedicated your entire life to waking us up inside to the truth of who we are, whether you are near or far. You're showering us constantly, and you listen so patiently, no matter how much time it takes, even when we make the same mistakes.
Pure light is radiating. Your words are so intoxicating. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Your truth is always resonating. We'll forever be celebrating. Nithyananda, Nithyananda. Oh, every time I see you, my consciousness expands. My heart begins to dance. Every time I think of you, I just start to melt. So much beauty to be felt.
Oh, thank you for everything you do, for guiding us to be त्वं एका भवानी गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी न जानामि दानं न च ध्यानयोगं न जानामि तन्त्रं न च स्तोत्रमन्त्रं न जानामि पूजां न च न्यासयोगं न जानामि पूजां न च न्यासयोगं गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी न जानामि पुण्यं न जानामि तीर्थ न जानामि मुक्तिं लयं वा कदाचित् न जानामि पुण्यं न जानामि तीर्थ न जानामि मुक्तिं लयं वा कदाचित् न जानामि भक्तिं वृतं वापि माता न जानामि भक्तिं वृतं वापि माता गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी त्वं एका भवानी गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी गतस्त्वं त्वं एका भवानी
so wonderful. I can't take my eyes off you, never wanna take my eyes off you. You are my life, you are my world, so beautiful. Don't wanna breathe without you, don't even want.
तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्त कर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः.
The sun has set on ignorance, we can live our lives with no regret. Without us letting down ourselves, how can we forget your legendary serenity, no matter the threat? It's a tale for 1,000 years. It's been so long since we have heard our inner song without a word. Oh, for us, you are a blessed way, a radiant star to light the way. So wonderful, I can't take my eyes off you, never wanna take my eyes off you. You are my life, you are my world, so beautiful. Don't wanna breathe without you, don't even wanna live without you. We'll be as one in unison, all over the world, 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 all over the world, 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 all over the world, 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 all over the world, world, world. Nithyananda all over the world, lifting us all over the world. Nithyananda all over the world, awaken us all over the world, all over the world. Nithyananda around the world, all over the world. Nithyananda around the world, lifting us. Nithyananda everywhere, everywhere. Awaken us. Nithyananda everywhere, everywhere.
Nityanam, we request all the participants to please settle down. In space of deep restful awareness in your Ananda Gandha, with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, please settle down with your puja kits and avoid any forms of distraction such as your mobile phone or laptop. Please settle down with your puja kits. As you bring awareness into your Ananda Gandha, remember Swamiji in your inner space. Remember Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha. As you establish yourself in the space of oneness,
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Let us now enter into the Pratyakshapada Puja and Paramashiva Puja today. We request all the participants to please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your inner space. Before we begin the Pada Puja and the Paramashiva Puja today, we request all the Pada Puja participants who are participating in this puja to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to the following, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva and Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam, and during the Paramashiva Puja to Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva and Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti will reach the cosmic source of energy directly.
Yes.
Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us enter into the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. With the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. Please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रे निटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानो दुस्ताशिरसि फनिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते. Let us begin with the Tattvachamanam. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Next is the Shuklambaradharam. Please take a few flowers and akshata in your hands. Clench your hands into the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of the forehead along with the mantra. Om Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannabadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantaye. Next is the Pranayama, the inhalation, retention and the exhalation of the breath. Please perform the pranayama as we chant the Samhita mantras thrice. Om Ham Ishanamurtanam Om Him Tatturshavaktaranam Om Hum Agorahridanam Om Him Vamdegukhyanam Om Ham Sadyajatamuurtenam Om Hamridanam Om Him Shirsenam Om Hum Shikainam Om Him Kaujanam Om Hum Netribhyonam Om Astranam Om Ham Ishanamurtanam Om Him Tatturshavaktaranam Om Hum Agorahridanam Om Him Vamdegukhyanam Om Hum Sadyajatamuurtenam Om Hamridanam Om Him Shirsenam Om Hum Shikainam Om Him Kaujanam Om Hum Netribhyonam Om Astranam Om Hum Ishanamurtanam Om Him Tatturshavaktaranam Om Hum Agorahridanam Om Him Vamdegukhyanam Om Hum Sadyajatamuurtenam Om Hamridanam Om Him Shirsenam Om Hum Shikainam Om Him Kaujanam Om Hum Netribhyonam Om Haha Astraya Namaha. Now we will enter into the Sankalpa. Please clasp your right hand over your left hand and place it on the right thigh. Be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and remember Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha. Create a deep and a strong intention to manifest your reality. May it be manifesting a breakthrough in power manifestation, completion, or anything that you want to manifest as a reality. Consciously decide to build that feeling connection and devotion towards our beloved Bhagavan, our Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us now enter into the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinshati-tame Nitya-yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabdhe Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shishtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunama Samvatsare Uttarayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Ritu Mithunamase Krishna Pakshe Chaturdashyam Shubhatitau Mangalavasarayuktayam Rohini Nakshatra Shula Yoga Ganda Yoga शकुनिकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्तृ श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादि समस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्गसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हतुजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्र सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तरद्विशततमगुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्र साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनुक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये. Now please drop the akshata and flowers onto your right hand side and wash your hand with an uddarni of water. Om apa upasprisya. Next we'll be entering into the Ghantanada. Please take the bell in your left hand and hold it at the level of your heart center and ring the bell as we chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyadau Devata Khwanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. Next is the offering of the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now, please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Kurma Mudra. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is, I offer a seat in the lotus of my heart, which is anointed with the nectar from the 1,000-petaled lotus. I offer water for washing the feet, and I offer my mind as a traditional bouquet with that same nectar. I offer water for sipping and bathing. The element of space becomes clothing, and the essence of fragrance becomes the perfume. Let my mind be offered as a flower, and the life breath become incense. The element of tejas, self-effulgent light, becomes the lamp, and the ocean of nectar becomes the food offering. The unstruck sound becomes the bell, and the element of air becomes the fan. The 1,000-petaled lotus becomes the umbrella, and the principle of sound becomes the song. All the activities of the senses and the restlessness of the mind become the dance. I offer the garland of lotuses and various kinds of flowers as a beautiful girdle. I worship the divine consciousness with the flowers of pure emotions. I offer the flowers of absence of deceit, absence of ego, absence of attachment, absence of pride, absence of delusion, absence of hypocrisy, absence of hatred, absence of agitation, absence of envy, and absence of greed. The wise know these as the 10 flowers. Non-violence is the supreme flower, and the control of senses, forgiveness, compassion, and wisdom are the 5 flowers. Thus, with these 15 flowers of pure emotions, I worship Paramashiva. Now, let us enter into the Manasa Puja. Om Hritpadmasanam dadyat sahasrarachyutamritaihi padyam charanayor dadyat manastu arghyam nivedayet tenamritena achamaniyam snaniyam tena taspratam akashadattvam vastram syat gandhasyat gandhadatvakam चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात्सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागं ममदं तथा अमोहकं मदं पञ्च अद्वेष अक्षोभगौ तथा अमात्सर्यं मलोभञ्च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दया पुष्पं क्षमा पुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति 15 भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवम्. Next, we'll be entering into the Upachara Puja, which is the external worship. The first is the offering of Asana, the offering of the seat. Now, please take a few akshatas in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritva Bhavo Paratikaranat Shiva Uktau Mahatantra Mantravidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaraga Kalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatvaja Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम् ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते. Next is the offering of Padyam, the offering of water for washing Swamiji's feet. Now please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhakti Lesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavah Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Arghya Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastham Grahana Arghyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Arghya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swaha. Next is the offering of Achamaniyam, the offering of water for the mouthwash. Now please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarva Papaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Swadha. Next is the offering of Gandha Tailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the Gandha Tailam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarva Lokeshu Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Gandha Tailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Now please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Sushitalam Vari Swachham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Vastram, the offering of the clothes. Now please take the Vastram in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nijaguhyoru Tejase Niravarana Vijnaya Vasaste Kalpayamyaham Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now, please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Abharanam Om Svabhava-sundarangaya Nana-shaktyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now, please take some sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Gandhaha Om Shariram te na janami cheshtam naiva cha maya niveditan gandhan pratigrihya vilipyatam Om Hrim Esha Gandhaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nana Gunamanoharam Ananda Saurabham Pushpam Grihyatam Idamuttamam Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Vaushate. Next is the offering of the Bilva Patra, the offering of the Bilva leaves. Now, please take a few Bilva leaves smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Bilva Patram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Patram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilva Patrani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Vaushate. Next is the offering of the Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Now, please take a few Tulasi leaves smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bahurupaya Varadamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Dhupa. Now we request all the participants to please light your lamps and light the incense sticks. Now, please take the lit dhupa in your right hand and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhajyasu Manoharaha Aghreyas Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the Deepa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वतस्तिमिरापहः सबाह्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. Next is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of the food. Now, please take an uddarni of water, hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Shopakarana Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. Next is the offering of Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now, please take an uddarni of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. Now, please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapyashuchirva yasya smaranamatrataha शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा. Next is the offering of R.R. Trikam, the offering of the lit arati. Now, please take the lit arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Arartrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangranhaniti द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. आरार्त्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. Please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. The meaning of the mantra we will chant now is: Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe. Guru is Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe. Guru is Maheshwara, who is the source of rejuvenation of the universe. Guru is directly the Param Brahma, the ultimate superconsciousness. Onto that Guru I surrender. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and has given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who removes the blinding darkness of the eyes caused by the absence of wisdom by applying the Jnananjana, the sacred black eye pigment anointing the three eyes and awakens all pervasive infinite eyes. I surrender to the Guru who, by giving the knowledge about the self, has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primordial Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Guru, and Atman, or the Self. I surrender on to that Sadguru, who is in the space of Nithyananda, the eternal bliss, the bestower of the supreme happiness, who is the personification of wisdom, Jnanamurti, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the experience of you are that Tattvamasi, who is oneness, eternal, pure, and immovable, who is the direct witness, Sakshi, of the beginning and the source of all the beings, who is beyond emotions, and who is without the three qualities called the Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet by the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhanda Mandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruhu Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha Om Nithyanandam. Let us now enter into the Paramashiva Puja by beginning with the Tattvachamanam. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Let us now begin with the Sakalikaranam. Using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using the right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Hahastraya Namaha. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Visualize that nectar is oozing out of your third eye and drenching your hands. Shaktaye Vaushate. Now bring your thumbs to the center of your palms with your palms facing you. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now touch the tip of the little fingers and slowly move your thumb down. Om Ham Sadyojata Murtaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the ring fingers and slowly move your thumb down. Om Him Vamadeva Gukhyaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle fingers and slowly move your thumbs down. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the index fingers and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha. touch the tip of the thumb with your index finger and slowly move your index finger down. Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the thumb to the center of the respective palm. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Then bend the index, middle and the ring fingers such that they touch the respective palm. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Again touch the tip of the thumb to the center of the respective palm. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Again touch the tip of the little finger with your thumb and slowly move your thumb down. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Touch the tip of the index finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Touch the tip of the middle finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Touch the tip of the index finger and slowly move your thumb down. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now touch the tip of the thumb with the index finger and slowly move your index finger down. Om Haha Astraya Namaha. Bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra. Rotate them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Again bring your hands in front of you with the thumbs touching the respective palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the ring finger and with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the respective knees. Om Ham Sadyojata Murtaye Namaha. With the right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. With the right hand middle finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Hum Aghora Hridayaya Namaha. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch the upper lip. Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha. With the tip of the thumb, touch the top of the head. Om Hom Ishana Murdhaya Namaha. Again with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the hearts and touch the Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch the three eyes. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Again with the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the little finger and thumb joined together, touch the heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch the top of the head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the middle finger and thumb joined together, touch the back of the head. Om Hum Shikhayi Vashate. Now cross your arms over each other with your left arm over your right arm. Bring your index fingers into the shape of a hook. As we uncross our arms, we will take our hands around our head. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now, with the right thumb, tap the left palm, and with the left thumb, tap the right palm. Om Haha Astraya Phate. With the right hand, index and middle fingers joined together, tap the left palm thrice. Om Haha Astraya Hum Phate. Now with the right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, snap around yourself in all the 10 directions. Om Haha Astraya Phate. Now with both your hands, touch your body from the head to the toe by touching the sides of the body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next we'll be entering into the Samanya Arghya Sthapana. Please mix some water, some chandan, akshata and flowers into the water inside the Panchapatra. Now cover the mouth of the Panchapatra with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om 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 Om. With the index finger and thumb joined together, perform the Digbandhana. Om Haha Astraya Phate. With the index finger, now perform the Avakunthana. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhenu Mudra above the water in the Panchapatram, visualizing that it has become the nectar. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Let us now enter into the Avahanam, invoking the presence of Paramashiva from our inner space into the Atmalinga. Please take some Akshata and offer it to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take a few flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra and meditate on the form of Paramashiva, Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakruta Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Katikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indunibha Panchamukha Hasta Dashayuktam Shula Mrigatankam Vajrama Bhayam Syat पाशवरदाङ्कुशमनिज्वल नवामे श्वेतकमलासन सदाशिवस्वरूपम् ॐ हां शिवमूर्तये नमः ॐ हां हूं शिवाय नमः श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिसमेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवाय नमः ध्यायामि आवाहयामि शोध आवाहनी मुद्रा ॐ हां शिवाय नमः इत्यावाहन मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य शोध स्थापनी मुद्रा स्थापन शोध सन्निधापन मुद्रा सन्निधान शोध निष्ठुर मुद्रा निष्ठुर मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य शोध कालकंठी मुद्रा अस्त्राय हुंफट इति कालकंठी मुद्रां प्रदर्श्य शोधि लिंग मुद्रा ओम हां शिवाय नमः इति लिंग मुद्रां नमस्कार मुद्रा नमस्कार मुद्रां शोधि अवकुंठन मुद्रा ओम हैं कवचाय हुं इति अवकुंठन मुद्रां च प्रदर्श्य. We will now begin with the Upachara Puja, beginning with the offering of Asana, the offering of the seat. Please take some Akshata and offer it to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Samet. आचमन अर्घ्यं दत्वा next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Now please take an udhani of water and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaaya Namaha. वस्त्र यज्ञोपवीत उत्तरी आभरणार्थम अक्षतान् समर्पयामि. Next is the offering of Gandha. Please take some sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the Kunkuma. ओम हां हों शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। गंधान् धारयामि। गंधस्योपरि हरिद्रा कुंकुमं समर्पयामि। Next is the offering of the Ashtapushparchana Puja, offering of flowers to various forms of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti. Please offer the flowers each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Bhavasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Sharvasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasya Devasya Patni Namaha. Om Pashupataye Devaya Namaha. नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः। अष्टपुष्प पूजां समर्पयामि. Next is the offering of dhupa. Please take a flower in your hands and offer it onto the bell. Om Ha Astraya Namaha. Please take the bell in your left hand and start ringing the bell. Now take some water and sprinkle it onto the dhupa. Om Ha Astraya Phate. Offer a flower onto the dhupa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. वह्नितमं देवहूतमम हृतमसि हविर्दानं त्रिगुंहस्वमाह्वा मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षे माभेर्मा संविक्था मा त्वा हि गुंसिषम्. The offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the deepa in your hands. Please sprinkle the water onto the deepa. Om Ha Astraya Phate. Offer a flower onto the deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. वेदोपघ्नरृतं मम पशोगश्चमह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिश मानो हि गुंसीज्जातवेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् and offer it onto your Atmalinga along with the mantra. Atha naivedyam om शिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः. नैवेद्यं निवेद of Tambulam. Please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to the Atmalinga. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri some water onto the Arati. Om Ha Astraya Bhat. Offer a flower onto the Arati. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the सवाः त एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति त एनः पुनः सुमन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति न तत्र सूर्यो सहितं नमामि. ओम हां होम शिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंद पुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि. Now please hold your Yajnopavita with your right Shivamoola mantra japa 11 times internally. Now, please take a few flowers, durva grass and akshata in your right hand. यत्किञ्चित् कर्म देवेश सदा सुकृतदुष्कृतं तन्मे शिवपदस्तस्य भुङ्क्षक्षपय शङ्कर शिवो दाता शिवो भोक्ता ॐ शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ॐ हां हृदयाय नमः Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Let us now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purna
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in Respect of Treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the Church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory. KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the Kailasa's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principle of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continued to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency, stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state's legal personality persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu sovereign kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple of these historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu ecclesiastical entities. The unbroken continuity of these ancient Hindu nations through KAILASA results in the legal recognition of KAILASA as per the international customary law, particularly the doctrine of continuity. The international law, the doctrine of continuity, implies that upheavals and revolutions within a country, changes in government, territorial adjustments, measures taken during military occupation, or other internal transformations do not negate the existence of the country, do not affect the legal personality and international obligations of the country or state. The Vienna Convention on Succession of States in respect of treaties, 1978, addresses these principles of the doctrine of continuity as it outlines international law during situation of state succession or continuation. International law recognizes a state's legal personality by recognizing its identity. This perspective extends even during the period when the given state or country is annexed or occupied by a foreign power. Even in such cases, the legal personality of the state is considered to persist, enabling its subsequent re-establishment. Historical examples dating back to the 18th century include cases like Portugal and Genoa that were re-established after the Vienna Congress of 1815. More recent examples include countries such as Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and Austria that were re-established after World War II. Even when a nation is deprived of its territory, the nation continues to exist. Its sovereignty and international legal personality continues to persist. The Dalai Lama, as the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet, exemplifies this principle. In 1959, the Dalai Lama was exiled and forced to flee. Despite the challenges faced, the Dalai Lama continues to advocate for the preservation of Tibetan culture and garners worldwide support for Tibetan autonomy on the global stage. Similarly, from 1309 to 1376, the Pope of Catholicism had been in exile in Avignon. Despite this, he was recognized as the head of state as well as head of the church and given full privileges of the position after their return to Rome. Even in 1861, much of the papal territories had been lost, leaving the Pope with no sovereign territory other than the papal residence and related buildings. Yet his temporal powers were still acknowledged. He was recognized as a head of state, and later, the Lateran Treaty of 1929 formally re-established papal sovereignty over the Vatican City. The Sovereign Order of Malta further exemplifies this principle, retaining international recognition as a sovereign entity despite the permanent loss of their territory upon Napoleon's invasion in June 1798. Despite such permanent loss of territory, the sovereignty and the international legal personality of the Sovereign Order of Malta continue to persist. Much later in 1894, the order settled in Rome and acquired two properties, the Magistral Palace and the Magistral Villa that received extraterritorial status. Today, the order maintains diplomatic relations with 112 countries, issues its own diplomatic passports, currency stamps, and vehicle registration plates, and has been granted observer status in the United Nations. All these examples of state re-establishment illustrate the principle of continuity of states, as per international law, that a state persists over time. A nation continues to exist even after a complete loss of territory. A far more striking example is of the oceanic countries, which are under the threat of their entire nation being drowned and submerged due to rising sea levels owing to global warming. In response to such existential threat of climate change, Pacific Island nations, including Tuvalu, have enacted constitutional amendments and made international declarations affirming that their nation and their sovereign rights will continue to persist, despite their entire territory being lost to the sea. This proactive stance is highlighted in the Constitution of Tuvalu Act 2023 and the Pacific Islands Forum Declaration of 2021. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through the line of succession, is the present 203rd Emperor of the Hindu Sovereign Kingdom of Surangi Samrajya. He was crowned on the 31st of December 2004 at the age of 26. Thus, by very same principles of the doctrine of continuity, through which the international legal personality of Portugal, Genoa, Poland, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Albania, Austria, Vatican, Tibet, Sovereign Order of Malta, and several other nations has been recognized despite having undergone a period of exile, annexation, occupation by a foreign power, or despite loss of territory. The SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham, through well-established legal and historical facts about the Hindu sovereign state of the Surangi Samrajyam, derives all sovereign rights and powers of the royal lineage of the Surangi Samrajyam as its 203rd sovereign emperor, from his inheritance and continuation of the unbroken succession of the kingdom of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam Sarvanapitha. Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam, through unification with 20 other sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical, historical entities, became part of the United States of KAILASA, which thus became a sovereign, independent juridical state, with the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivoham as the sovereign. Just as how the oceanic nations like Tuvalu have safeguarded their sovereignty from the existential threat of total submersion by amending their constitution and asserting that their sovereignty will persist regardless of the loss of their territory, KAILASA, which is a sovereign continuation of 21 sovereign Hindu states and sovereign ecclesiastical historical entities, is also reviving and continuing the Kumari Kandam Hindu nations that got submerged. As per the doctrine of continuity, these facts imply that the KAILASA's statehood is recognized by international law and manifests as a natural outcome of well-established historical legal facts. Share your time, talent, and treasure. Become part of KAILASA. Sign up as an eCitizen https://kailasa.ecitizen.info.
With Paramashiva's grace, we have evolved UAN, United Nations for Ancient Nations. Paramashiva successfully manifested, and now he is introducing this to all of you, to the world formally, United Ancient Nations. It is United Nations for Ancient Indigenous Nations. This is a profound intergovernmental body. More than 100 ancient nations are already part members of this UAN. It is to unite and support all the indigenous nations, indigenous kingdoms all over the world.
Around 5,000 years ago, at the end of Mahabharat War, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization consisted of 10,000 Hindu traditions, or sampradayas, that existed in 56 Hindu nations, 200 Hindu kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces that covered more than 6 million kilometers square of Asia. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is the reviver of KAILASA, this ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. KAILASA is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational.
See, a real meditation is taking you beyond visualization. But before that, you need your body and mind needs to prepare. You need to sit with closed eyes. Now what we are going to do is not a meditation technique, it's just a simple process to prepare you to go to the meditation technique. Next session you will do the meditation. Now we will do a simple preparation. Preparation is very simple. Just sit. If you can, on Vajrasana, means on your knees. If you can't, sit on the ground, a squatting way. And hum for 20 minutes. Simple humming. Let me show you. If I get the instruction, then you can do it. Simple humming with closed mouth. Deeply as possible, as loudly as possible, as strongly as intensely as possible. Please understand, it is not a meditation technique. If you have done ASC, you would have done this technique as a first step. It's a preparation, preparing your body and mind to go into the meditation. Anybody with heart problems, please don't do this technique. It's a very powerful technique. Just, you don't have to hum intensely. Just do the deep breathing, that's all. Slow, steady, deep breathing. For the people who have heart problems, slow, steady, deep breathing. Do only that. And all others, please do this humming intensely as possible, as loudly as possible, as deeply as possible. If you can avoid sitting in the chair, it will be nice. Either squatting or Vajrasana, but no chair. Really old, really sick means then you can have chair. Otherwise, please sit on the ground. Please be seated in Vajrasana. Please tie the ribbon. See, a real meditation is taking you beyond visualization. But before that, you need your body and mind needs to prepare. You need to sit with closed eyes. Now what we are going to do is not a meditation technique, it's just a simple process to prepare you to go to the meditation technique. Next session we will do the meditation. Now we will do a simple preparation. Preparation is very simple. Just sit, if you can, on Vajrasana, means on your knees. If you can't, just on the ground, a squatting way. And hum for 20 minutes. Simple humming. Let me show you. This one. Get the instruction, then you can do. Simple humming with closed mouth. Deeply as possible, as loudly as possible, as strongly as intensely as possible. Please understand. It is not a meditation technique. If you have done ASC, you would have done this technique as a first step. It's a preparation. Preparing your body and mind to go into the meditation. Anybody with heart problems, please don't do this technique. It's a very powerful technique. Just, you don't have to hum intensely. Just do the deep breathing. That's all. Slow, steady, deep breathing. For the people who are with heart problems, slow, steady, deep breathing. Do only that. And all others, please do this humming intensely as possible, as loudly as possible, as deeply as possible. You can avoid sitting in the chair, it will be nice. Either squatting or Vajrasana, but no chair. Really old, really sick means then you can have chair. Otherwise, please sit on the ground. Please be seated in Vajrasana. Please tie the ribbon. But wherever you see me, whether India or USA or any country, at least 20 hours you will see me with the public outside. 20 hours per day average I work. It is just because of this one technique, one meditation technique. The fatigue will disappear forever. The chronic fatigue, the boredom will disappear from your system. All your senses, the physical senses will become alive and strong. I welcome you all with my love and respect. In Los Angeles, maybe 115 years ago, Vivekananda was asked by a young American lady, what is life? Vivekananda says, come with me, I'll teach you. Come with me to India. Then she asked, tell me exactly what you will teach me. Vivekananda says, I'll teach you how to die. First answer he says, the question itself, the question is about life. But the answer is, I'll teach you how to die. Vivekananda explains, knowing how to die is the first lesson every living being has to learn. Next thing, if you know the secret of death, the very quality of your life will be different. The very quality of your life, your understanding about the life, your thinking about the life, the whole thing will be transformed. Please do not think like death is one more incident in your life. Death is not one incident which happens in the end of your life. No. The concept of death continuously permeates your whole thinking, your whole consciousness, your whole being. When the idea about death is clear, if you know how to die, you will know how to live. Living and living, both are two sides of the same coin. The whole Nithyananda Spurana program is about living and living. By giving the solid experience, the conscious experience about death, your consciousness will be transformed. Your idea about life will be transformed. Naturally, you will live a totally different life. Your life will be totally different. Let me explain the word Nithyananda Spurana. Nithya Ananda means eternal bliss. Spurana means life, very core, flowery. The Spurana word can't be translated exactly by a single word. It is a concept. You can't use a single word to translate the Spurana in English. You can say Spurana means flowering, flowing, the very life itself, core itself. Continuously in all of us, the eternal bliss is flowing. Continuously, the eternal bliss is happening in all of us. It is we who stop it. It is we who create more and more obstacles. These 2 days, you are going to just stop the process of stopping. You are just going to stop the process of stopping. Continuously, we are stopping the bliss flowing, bliss flowering. Now, we'll see that we stop that stopping process. Before entering into the session, into the class, I want to take an oath. Whatever I am going to speak is truth. It's nothing but truth. You may be thinking, why should I take the oath? Usually, you don't listen to anybody. Please be very clear. We never listen. Even if you sit out of politeness, you do not allow the words to penetrate you and transform you. First thing, we may be sitting here and we will not. You can say, continuously you will be arguing with yourself. You will be arguing with whatever is expressed. If at all you manage to be a little relaxed, if at all you convince yourself to believe, even then you will not allow these words to penetrate you. You will just sit. The words will pass you. That's all. You never allow these words to penetrate you. Whenever somebody says something, if it suits with your understanding, your logic, you take those words. If it goes beyond your logic, you start suspecting. Maybe he's saying all these things for his own vested interests. We never believe anything. We never trust anything. We never allow any words to penetrate. Whenever you enter into conversation, you always have a shield. You always have a shield. You protect yourself continuously. Even when you are sitting and talking with somebody, you don't listen. You are continuously preparing your answer. You let him talk so that he will let you talk. That's all. You let him talk so that he will let you talk. The conversation never happens in our life. He just speaks. When he speaks, you are preparing, you are replying. The moment he stops, you start. Never the conversation happens. It is just each one trying to, it's almost like a fight. You may not be loud. You may not be indecent, but internally it is always fight. We never listen. We forgot listening. We do not know how to listen. Here, I request you to listen. That's the reason I take the oath. I'm taking the oath. Whatever I am speaking is truth. Sometimes you need to express the truth as it is. Please understand. Truth, when it is expressed as it is dangerous for your life. Because your life is vested on lies. Your life is built on lies. Your life is built on false insurances. I always tell people, all life insurance is death insurance. Be very clear. Who will get, what is life insurance? After you die, somebody else will get the money. Who is waiting for it? And your insurance are really not life insurance. They are the false security. What can you do? Whatever insurance you can have, can you postpone your death in a single day, or can transform the quality of your death? No. Whatever we know as life, it is built on lies. All our vested interests, all our inspiration sources, the inspiration source decides the direction of your life. But our very inspiration source, the very root of our inspiration is a lie. Lie, asatya, or mithya. Then how can you expect the life to go in the path of truth? Life to lead you to the truth. Here, I am trying to express the truth as it is. Naturally, it will hurt. It will hurt all your vested interests. There's a beautiful Zen story. Master is like a rotating, dynamic diamond. We are also diamond, but covered with little carbon, little mud. When the diamond is covered with a mud, uncut diamond, if it goes near the master, automatically it will be cut and polished. But in the process, you need to lose the carbon. You need to lose unnecessary things which is covered on you. So whatever lie covered on your being, covering the diamond, naturally will disappear. It has to be taken away. Only then you can shine. The Buddhists say, Manipatmeham. In the lotus heart, the jewel resides. When a truth is uttered and understood, it completely transforms whatever lies you are carrying, whatever amount of carbon you collected, whatever unnecessary things you accumulated, all those things will drop. Sometimes it hurts. Sometimes truth hurts. Here, we are going to work with the truth. We are going to inquire into the truth. That's a beautiful line, sutra, with which Brahma Sutra starts. Atato Brahma Jinyasa. Let us inquire into the truth. Let us inquire into the reality. Let us inquire into the Brahman. Brahman means truth, reality. Now, we have decided, let us inquire into the truth. It means what? We will have the courage to work with the truth. We will have the intensity to go behind it. One more thing, truth is so dangerous. Please be very clear. The moment you understand, it transforms your life, even if you don't want. So anybody who is afraid of transformation, still you have time. Because it will start haunting you. It will start straight away working on you. The ultimate truth never waits. The moment you understand, it starts working on you. The moment you understand, the process starts. Here, we are going to work on the ultimate truth. Truth about our life, truth about our death. Let me tell you a small story. It's not even a story, it's a history incident happened. How this technology and this formula happened to me. This whole 2-day program is a formula. It's a technology through which I am trying to transmit or reproduce the same experience which happened in me. I always tell people, scientist is a person who creates the formula to reproduce the things of the outer world. Master is a person who creates the formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. So this technology, of course, I'm happy, I can be a little proud. This works, the technology works. At least 1 million people have took this meditation. At least 1 million people have experienced the transforming power of this meditation technique. This technology to reproduce the same experience which happened in me. That's what I call Nithyananda Spurana. How this technology happened to me? How I designed it. I was staying in Varanasi. Varanasi is the headquarters of Hinduism, practically. Every Hindu is expected to visit Varanasi at least once in his life. And every day floating population is 7 lakh. 700,000 people every day go inside the city and come out. 700,000 floating population. I was staying in Varanasi. There was an elderly monk, sannyasi, was sick. I was attending him. Elderly monk was sick. I was taking care of him. In North India, still the tradition is there. Respecting sannyasis and all. In North India, the tradition, giving food continuously, all those great things are. North India, the whole tradition is alive. Somehow I don't know what happened to South. Anyhow, North, the whole thing is alive. I was taking care of him. That time, I can say, unfortunately, I had to see one person dying in the ICU. I was in the ICU, intensive care unit. At the time, I was not enlightened, but I could see how that soul is leaving the body. The suffering, the struggle, I was able to see. First, the tremendous pain, the whole being was filled with pain, tremendous pain. It's like if you cut half an inch your finger, how much of pain you feel. This being is cut 6 feet long. Completely the being of the body is disconnected. The tremendous pain, I could feel very clearly what's happening there. Not only the pain, after a few moments, I saw suddenly the being fell into the coma, unconsciousness. Actually, coma is automatic painkiller mechanism. If the pain becomes too much, unbearable, automatically you fall in coma, so that your being is, at least your being doesn't feel the pain. Being has fallen into coma, unconscious state. The moment being fell into the unconscious state, the worst thing is whole samskaras, the engraved memory is open. As long as you are conscious, you can balance your mind and live. The moment you fall into the dream state, what happens? Simply those thoughts come up, and your dream is not under your control anymore. You are not the leader in your dream. Simply a dog chases you in a dream, or elephant chases you, or snake is trying to attack you. Your own dream, but you are not the master. Whatever you suppress, whether you have fear or anger or desire, it just comes up. And it is moving this side and that side. Your dreams are not under your control. The frequency of thoughts is more than the frequency of your consciousness. The number of thoughts is too much. So naturally, your dreams are not under your control. Of course, if at all your dreams are under our control, what types of dreams always you will have? We know. Of course, the dreams are not under our control. Same way, the moment the being slips into the unconsciousness, the thoughts which is happening in your inner space is completely out of control. It's like inside this room, 10 people are standing and kicking one football. One football from this side to that side and this car to that car, if it is kicked, how the football suffers, same way. I saw very clearly the being suffering. One side, all the desires are kicking the football. The other side, all the guilt. On the third side, all the pain memories. The fourth side, all the pleasure memories are pulling. The football is just pull and push, kick this side and that side. And I could see the being suffering in that intense burning. That is what we call hell. Actually, hell is not geographical, it is psychological. Hell is not geographical. Be very clear. Hell is psychological. You don't go to hell, you carry your hell. You don't go to hell, you carry your hell. Just like a tent, you carry when you go for a picnic. You open the tent and install. Just like that. You carry your hell wherever you go and just you open and install. Whenever you need. You carry whatever is necessary to create hell. To create a tent, what all is necessary? This pillars, the sheet. Just like that, you carry all the ingredients, all the things which is necessary to create hell. Wherever you go, you just create it. I was able to see very clearly how the being suffered, how the being was struggling, how the being was suffering to get out or to move into the path, into the next life. It was a tremendous suffering. One more thing. When you suffer too much, you will feel like time is not moving. Time is eternal. That is why you always say, hell is eternal hell. It is not chronologically eternal. But psychologically you will feel like time is not moving. You can see in your life. When you sit with somebody, some friend, with whom you feel connected or close, even if 10 hours passes, suddenly you realize, oh, what happened? How time passed. If you are sitting with somebody who is continuously boring you, with whom you don't feel comfortable, what you do? Every 10 minutes you see the watch. Every 10 minutes you think, what? Time is not moving. Time is psychological, it is not chronological. That is why in the Vedic system, the time is measured as kshana. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. Gap between one thought and the other thought. If you can create gap between one thought and the other thought, it will be more gap. If you can create more gap between one thought and the other thought, your kshana can be even 1 year. For a restless person, kshana is microsecond. A restless person, his Kshana is microsecond. Person who is peaceful, relaxed, for him, the Kshana can be in 1 year. More the gap between two thoughts, more you will be blissful. The more that you are restless, more you will be suffering. That is why we say, for Devatas, for the higher level beings, our 1 year is 1 day for them. Because the gap between the thoughts is less. For them, what is 1 day is for us 1 year. Because we have too many number of thoughts. Their Kshana is too big. Our Kshana is too small. When I saw the being suffering, for me it looked like just few seconds. But for the being, it's eternal. Because whenever you suffer, you feel like time is not moving. Time is not moving. Anyhow, somehow the being passed, he died. But the memory, the pain was there inside me continuously. It never disappeared. That if you see an accident, at least next 3 days you won't be able to eat. If you see an accident directly, how you suffer for next 3 days? Same way, I was suffering with that pain after seeing the whole thing. That sometimes you don't get extraordinary powers, you are saved. Sometimes the extraordinary powers, they disturb you too much. And you'll be able to see something, but you will not be able to help. You will not be able to do anything. And actually, it is a suffering. It leads to suffering. Same way, I was also struggling. I was able to see, but I couldn't do anything. Anyhow, I left the Varanasi, but the Swami became all right. He did not die. He became all right suddenly. I left the Varanasi after some time. Maybe after a year, I had my own enlightenment experience. After the experience, I came to South. After 2 years, again once more, fortunately, I can say this time, fortunately, I was there to attend one more death. Again, I was healing one of our devotees in ICU, intensive care unit. I saw one person dying in the intensive care unit. This time, the moment he started dying, slowly the pain started happening. Immediately, I just wanted to escape from that place because of the last time memory. I just do not want to stay there. I just don't want to see one more death and carry a little more pain. But after a few seconds, I was able to see very clearly. Instead of falling into unconsciousness, the soul fell into super consciousness. That being which was dying, instead of falling into unconsciousness, it fell into awareness. I was surprised. And just like how people ski in the snow, just like that the being started flowing from one layer to the other layer. It did not struggle. It did not suffer. It did not undergo any torture. It did not have any pain. It did not have any problem. Just smoothly, beautifully, the being flowed, being moved from one level to another level. I was surprised. Not only that, he just disappeared into the bliss, into the ecstasy. Surprised. I asked the family people. After a few hours, I slowly spoke to them. I asked, is he a great meditator? Is he an enlightened soul? Because normally, ordinary people can't die so peacefully. This is meditation. Why? They said that he is not even a religious person. He is not even a religious person. He is an atheist. I was surprised. How could this guy have such a peaceful, beautiful death? First thing, other soul, first time when I saw that, the soul was suffering and struggling. And this being, such a peaceful, beautiful death. How? Why? Why that soul has to struggle and the soul is so peaceful and blissful? For him, death is a blessing. So ecstatic. Why should this soul be so blissful? And why should that being suffer, struggle so much? I was just surprised. I was shocked. I started contemplating. I started thinking, how? Why one soul should suffer, the other person, other being should peacefully pass away? After the contemplation or a deep meditation, the knowledge which descended on me, or knowledge which happened to me, or the technology which happened to me is this whole NSP. The Nithyananda Spurana is the knowledge or the formula which happened to me after the deep meditation of these two deaths. After the deep contemplation, this technology happened. The suffering is mainly caused by the samskaras, engraved memories, which takes over your being the moment you fall into unconsciousness. What happens in the dream state, the same thing happens in a wild way, in a much more intense way when you pass away. This technology will help you to remove the unnecessary samskaras which is engraved in your layers. You have 7 layers in you, 7 parts of your being. Physical layer is the body which you are using now, and the pranic layer is all the prana flow of the prana. Prana is not exactly air. The word air cannot be the right word for prana. Prana is the energy which goes inside to air. Air is like a vehicle. Prana is the stuff which comes inside the vehicle. Prana is a parcel. It is brought by the vehicle called air. Prana is a subtle air energy. Pranic body is the air circulation. The prana circulation is happening inside you. The third, mental body. Mental body is the inner chakra, which continuously happens in you. The fourth is etheric body. All your collected emotions is called etheric body. And fifth, causal body is the deep sleep. The deep sleep, what state you fall, that's called causal body. And cosmic body is all your joyful memories. The nirvanic body is your pure consciousness. 7 layers you have. In all these 7 layers, so many unnecessary engraved memories, samskaras are inscribed. Only these samskaras continuously create more and more and more trouble for you. They continuously create more and more misunderstanding. They continuously create more and more trouble. This technology will help you to get those engraved memories out, to make your inner space pure, to make your inner space clean. And now it's like your inner space is completely occupied with all your furniture. You sleep outside the house. You put all the furniture inside and you are sleeping outside. Now here, I am trying to remove few unnecessary furniture so that you will have a place to sleep inside the house. This whole 2 days program is a technique or technology to remove the unnecessary engraved memories from your inner space.
so that when you live, you can live blissfully. When you live, you can live peacefully. Person who doesn't have engrams or the samskaras for him, that is liberation and celebration. She is asking a question, how the death will be. See, if you have lived at least few minutes of your life without using the body and mind in deep peace, even few seconds, once in your 80 or 90 years, even once, when you leave the body, that moment only will automatically come up, because deepest experience which you had when you are in the body only will open up when you leave the body. See, leaving the body is like a boiling your system. When you boil something, whatever is deepest, that only will come up first. Am I right? Even when you boil the potato, the very strong potato, which does not move, only that will start getting the effect first. The smaller pieces will get effect later on only. Understand? You have a wrong idea. If you know cooking, you will know. The strong piece only will have the first effect, usually. If you are cooked by yourself, you will understand. Not as you think that the temperature does not go to the mild smallest potato, then big potato, then biggest potato. No. Because it is the biggest body, it attracts more heat. It attracts more heat and more attention. Even if travel, you see, big people will attract more attention. Anyhow, strongest experience which you had in that 70 or 90, 80 years old, 80 years, that only will come up when you are buoyed by the death pain. Even once you had the glimpse of being without the mind or the body, that is why I say, attend NSP, only one NSP sincerely, nothing else. Nothing else. I promise I will be there when you die. See, it's a simple sign. It's a simple sign. When I say I, the pure inner consciousness in which I am, that is what I mean. When I say I, that is what I mean, and from there only that I comes. The pure inner space, I try to insert into your system by at least 1 or 2 seconds. See, you don't need 1 hour or 2 hours. If you had, that is beautiful. 1 or 2 seconds. If your mind and body unclutches from you, that is enough. Because any experience without body or mind will be the strongest to hold your inner space, to possess your inner space. That will automatically pop up when you leave the body. When you leave the body. After that, even, you see, I always tell people, if you have done in NSP intensely and had only one glimpse, and whether did I have or not, if you have doubt, you will not have it. Be very clear. Actually, when you have that, even the doubt will not be there. It will be so clear. Yes, I know. I had that space. I had the gap. Even once that gap happens, that's enough. Because that gap is so powerful. After that, even if you don't meditate or forget me, forget everything, and forget spirituality, if you are just running your life in a so-called normal or below normal level also, no problem. Because everything which you do through your body and mind is only a simple samskara. But this glimpse is the beyond samskara. So this will open up. If you have one glimpse of the inner consciousness without body mind, you have done what needs to be done. Nothing needs to be done after that. I always tell people, if you had one glimpse, after that, even if you don't meditate, your death will be great. If you meditate, your life itself will be great. That's all. That's all, nothing else.
Because the break which you give, one unclutching experience is powerful enough to burn all samskaras during leaving the body. See, when you leave the body, all the initiations related to the non-reliability or the impermanency of this world will automatically open up because this world is being taken away from you. For example, whenever you are hit by poverty, all kinds of justifications, because it's a survival time, you have to face that situation. All justifications will come up. That in young age you would have heard the story. This grape is sour. The fox story. The fox was trying. Fox or wolf, any one thing. It was trying to catch the grape, and when it's not able to catch, it will tell, no, this grape is sour. Actually, that is an initiation. That wolf is initiated, and it is able to bring itself up out of depression. See, that wolf can be in depression also. It did not get the grape, what to do? But somehow, the wolf is intelligent, and it brought this initiation into memory and saved itself from the depression. And intelligent wolf. You understand? I think now only you guys are looking at the other angle. Always you looked at this angle. But this is the truth. So whenever you are under the survival threat, depression, your system will bring this kind of initiations up automatically. So during the death, by your very nature, you will start collecting all the great things you did in your life, all the glimpses you had in your life, the highest conscious glimpses. Some masters you met, you criticize, even those people you will call and you will fall at all their feet. That is why during death sphere, all the atheism will disappear. Automatically all atheism will disappear, all criticism will disappear, everything will become clear. And if you had even one glimpse, that is enough to nullify all your engrams. All your engrams. This is so powerful, this one glimpse, that will act like a light to travel through the wide forest of engrams. One light, one lantern is enough to travel through 100 miles of forest also. You don't need second lantern. And this is the one glimpse. It's more than enough to travel throughout the journey. Because engrams at that point will be only in black and white. This whole world is engram, samskaram. This whole world will be only black and white. Only this glimpse, tejas, will be in multicolor. Sourceless light, one glimpse which you had, the unclutching experience, or the experience beyond body and mind, that only will be multicolor. Simply your attention will be attracted to it, and you will go behind it. You will go behind it. That's why I always insist. Even one glimpse is more than enough to save you from the depression, to bring you out of the depression. So if you had at least one glimpse, that will be such a beautiful, relaxed, liberating experience. Because the restrictions are removed. See, death is the liberation from all responsibilities of the body and related to body. Now all your suffering and responsibilities, why? Body and related to body. Am I right? So death will become a great freedom from all these responsibilities of body and related to body. If you have this one glimpse. Otherwise, when you leave this body, you will suffer so much because of the suffering, and you will miss this body. See, if you miss the most loud thing in your life is what? Your body.
So naturally you will miss the body very much. You will take the body immediately within 3 kshana. You will run to take any body. The person who misses his old lover will run and fall for anybody. Because he is missing so much, he does not see the qualification. He does not see the all is scale. The second time he says, no, I need somebody too lonely. And he falls for anybody, anything. That is the way the problem will be there. If you are missing your body and mind during the death, it will be too shocking. You will not be able to handle and you will run and catch somebody. Alright, now it is time. Now, let us enter into the first physical body. In physical body, there is nothing much to be learned. There is nothing much to be done. I am just preparing you with this meditation to enter into the meditations. Now, what you are going to do is not a meditation technique. It is just preparing you, preparing your body. It's like warming up. Preparing your body to enter into the deeper levels, deeper layers. The physical level, nothing much needs to be done. Whatever can be done, you are doing. Whether giving food or anything, you are already doing. All we need to work is only inner layer. Second layer, I am not something. But the first layer, we will prepare the body so that this next 2 days we will be able to meditate. Just for that. It's a simple guided meditation. If you have done Arogya Spurana, you would have done it. Just tensing the whole body from toe to head. We will tense the whole body step by step so that you will become fresh and alive. The body will become alive. 2 days you will not feel tired and you will be able to continuously meditate. Just tensing from toe to head, part by part. That's the first step. The second step, inhaling and exhaling through every part of your body. It's very important to understand. According to Ayurveda, you are not inhaling and exhaling only through nose. You are inhaling and exhaling through every pore of the body. The whole body is inhaling and exhaling. The whole body is inhaling the etheric space and exhaling the etheric energy. So now we are trying to awaken the etheric energy, inhaling and exhaling. Etheric energy breathing in you. How to do it? Please listen the instruction carefully. See, the second step, visualize as if every inch or every point of your body is inhaling and exhaling. For example, when I say inhale through head, visualize the head is porous and visualize every hair hole, every pore is inhaling and exhaling. And then when I say inhale through face, visualize through ears, nose, mouth, eyes, through every hole you are inhaling and exhaling. So inch by inch, you will visualize your whole body is inhaling and exhaling. So awaken that body intelligence. 2 steps. First step, you will tense from toe to head, inch by inch by inch. When you come to knees, forget the calf muscle. When you come to thighs, forget the knees. Inch by inch, you will tense. This is the first step, from toe to head. Next step, from head to toe, we will start inhaling and exhaling through that part of the body. I'll guide you step by step. Please stand up. Tie the ribbon. Close your eyes and tie the ribbon. Make enough space. Do not keep sharp things on the ground. Even if you fall, you should not hurt yourself. Do not keep pen or specs, sharp things on the ground. At least give 1.5 feet gap between both the legs. Between the feet, at least there should be 1.5 feet gap.
Do it slow. Inhale, exhale, as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Very slowly, but very deeply. Concentrate on your feet. Come down. Bring your mind to your feet. Today we are going to do second technique to balance the Vada, Pitta and Kapha. I can stand so that all can see. So yesterday we worked on just verbalization, the sound. Today we are going to work on verbalization, sound and visualization, light. We are going to add visualization into your meditation technique. Very simple change. First step, same Vajrasana, put your hands on the hip and chant the Omkara from the navel, from the Swadhisthana. It should come deeply as possible and as loudly as possible. It literally cleanse the whole pitta energy. Chant the Omkara. Then second step, bend the body and let your forehead touch the ground. Chant the Omkara same way with visualization of white light flowing from your Swadhisthana. See, when you add visualization, you don't know how much work you are adding to your inner space. It's actually, it's workout for your mind. Just like a physical exercise, it's a mental exercise for your mind. So that it will be fresh and alive to go through all the meditation techniques. First step, sitting in Vajrasana, have your hands on the hip and chant the Omkara from the navel. Second step, bend your body, let your forehead touch the ground and chant the same Omkara, H-O-O, Omkara sound, but visualization. And one more thing, visualize as if a white light is flowing from your Swadhisthana towards the whole body or just towards your head. Visualize light and sound. Please close your eyes and sit straight. everyone. Sit in Vajrasana. Now your hands on your hip. Chant the Omkar as intensely as possible.
Ooh. Om Om
Relax. You can open your eyes. Please go and do the oil pulling in the near Anand Sabha. You'll be given a gingerly oil. Please do the oil pulling. Yesterday I saw few people escaping. Please don't escape. It will actually cleanse your pitta and vata and kapha. Actually, you are continuously coughing because of the kapha. So please do the oil pulling. You will be able to do the meditations intensely. Your whole body will be ready to do the meditation. I am trying to help you from all sides, using the best things of yoga, best things of Ayurveda, best things of cleaning things, cleaning traditions. We have many traditions to clean our navel and clean our throat. And of course, best things of Vedanta and meditation. So please do not think, oh, oil pulling and all is too small thing for me. It's all too cheap. The Swami is telling me to do all these things. Please don't think. I'm not condescending. I really mean that it will help you. Especially these meditation techniques. It will really help you. You can do it. Please have oil. Finish your oil pulling. How to understand? One side, they are always taught, desires are wrong, desires are wrong, desires are wrong. But the other side, desire is energy. What is happening? What is the problem? Desire as such is no problem. When we create self-contradicting desire, that is where the problem starts. Our desires are so unconscious. We do not know the consequences. First thing, we create self-contradicting engrams, self-contradicting desires. Next thing, two separate desires which are contradicting. In one desire itself it will be self-contradicting, and two separate desires which will be contradicting. One side you don't want to take any responsibility. Mind wants just to be free from all responsibility. Other side, it wants all the comforts. This is two desires contradicting each other. You always visualize lying in Hawaii beach and without any responsibility, having vacation. Always you desire for that. The other side, you want all the money to fly Hawaii and to book a resort for everything. Both desires are self-contradicting. Because if you have to fulfill one desire, the money, to go to Hawaii and book a resort and relax, you need money. For that money, naturally, you need to work. The other side, you want to always relax. What to do with these two desires? Then you will be working, thinking of lying and resting in Hawaii beach. And when you are lying and resting in the Hawaii beach, you will be thinking of all your work. That's all. When you create something which is contradicting each other, you create a confusion. And you will be doing that when you are doing this, you will be doing this when you are doing that. This is one type. The other type, in a same engram, same samskara, creating self-contradicting. Just today morning I was telling. For example, if you have a day, saying, I should get rid of this headache, then every time you are giving power to the word headache, you are giving power to the concept headache. Naturally, it will never leave you. Whatever is again and again repeated in your inner space becomes powerful. It gets power. It just settles down. It is deeply inscribed in your inner space. And naturally, when it is inscribed in your inner space, it becomes powerful. In the single statement itself, you create a self-contradicting or two separate self-contradicting. Now, third thing which you need to understand, how you handle your desire energy. When the desire energy, if it is handled, only in 3 levels you handle the desire energy. One level, too many desires. Too many desires will always be self-contradicting. Even two desires will be contradicting, self-contradicting. For example, you have one desire to leave this room, this hall, through that way. You have another desire to leave through this way. Now these two will be contradicting and you will be running between these two gates, that's all. Any two desires will be self-contradicting. This is the one level, how you will use the desire energy. Second, there will be only one desire, only one object without second. When you are having only one object, you will fulfill the desire, then suddenly you feel the emptiness. It is not worth fulfilling. The third level, there will be no object, just overflowing, bubbling desire energy. Desire without object is what I call life. Living energy. Desire without object is what I call bliss. A pure desire energy, bubbling energy, but without directed towards any object. You can see that energy in the kids. They will be just flowing, overflowing, bubbling, but not towards any particular object. 3 levels. First, 2 different desires contradicting each other. Second, same desire, self-contradicting. The third, 3 levels of using desire energy. One, with too many desires. Second, with one desire, but after achieving feeling emptiness. Third, desire without object. Now, if you start purifying your desire energy, you will come and stand in this state, desire without object. Pure overflowing energy, enthusiasm, inspiration, but not directed towards one object. Just overflowing for no reason. That's what I call bliss. When you purify your desire energy, you come and stand in this state. This state is what I call satori or samadhi, glimpse of samadhi. Thoughtless awareness happens to you when you are aware but not particularly aware of some object. As long as you are aware of some object, you will have desire about it. Here, you are aware but not towards any object. You are just in pure awareness state. By refining your desires, you can reach the pure awareness state. Not by suppressing, but by refining. In the pure awareness state, you will not have desire. But if you start directly fighting the desire, you will not achieve the pure awareness state. That's the mistake all the religions have done. Because in pure awareness there is no desire, they started thinking if we stop all the desires, we will achieve the pure awareness state. No. It is not vice versa. You can't achieve the state by creating the status. Now, we will do 3 different level things to work on our own inner space, especially in pranic layer. First, whatever desires you have, bring them all to conscious level. Now there are so many sitting inside, and you fight with them. Because you fight with your desires, they are not expressed to you properly. You always suppress them. Because you suppress them, even you don't know what desires you carry. Your own desires become unconscious to yourself. Now, first time, open it to your own self and bring everything to conscious layer. Be very clear what you are thinking. Completely be aware of what your desires are. Whatever you are thinking, just pen down. You are not going to show to anybody. You are going to have only for yourself. Just pen down the whole thing. Then we will start editing how we are creating self-contradicting engrams, self-contradicting desires. We will understand. And the third, we will infuse energy into the desires. One more thing. Mahavir says beautifully, when you come down to the planet Earth, you bring enough of energy to work out all your desires. Then why are we feeling that we don't have enough money, enough time, enough energy to enjoy our desires? Why do we feel we don't have enough? Please be very clear. It's like from here you go to downtown taking $10,000 to buy a car. After going there, you see one of your friends. He calls, no, come, let us go to the electronic shop, price electronics. You go there and get TV, fridge, and buy all this electronic stuff and blow up all the money. Then after that, if you want to have a car, you can't have. Naturally, you will start using the credit card. Same way, when you come down, you bring a set of desires and enough energy to fulfill those desires. That is what we call prarabdha karma. What you bring to fulfill in this life. But after taking the body, After assuming the body, you start collecting desires from society. Society infuses desires in you. The desires forced on you by society, you start fulfilling them also, fulfilling those desires also. Your father wants to become a doctor and he is not able to. He expects you to become. Now you are spending your whole life just to fulfill his desire. When you start fulfilling somebody else's desire, be very clear, you are caught in the trap. Naturally you will feel you don't have enough energy, you don't have enough time, you don't have enough money to fulfill your life. You will start feeling this is short, that is short, this is not sufficient, that's not enough. Why? Because you are not fulfilling only your desires. You start fulfilling somebody else's desires also. Do not waste your life in fulfilling somebody else's desire. The next question will come. How to know which is my desire and which is imposed on me? Which is forced on me? When you infuse consciousness, when you meditate on pranic layer, whatever is imposed on you, all those desires will automatically drop. It's like shaking a tree. You shake a tree wildly. Whatever dry leaves are hanging, all those things will drop. Leaf belongs to the tree. That will stay. But all the dry leaves will fall. Same way, now we are going to shake the pranic layer. By a particular meditation, when you infuse energy into pranic layer, when you flood awareness into the pranic layer, when you bring your consciousness to pranic level, prana energy to the pranic energy, whatever desires which is not yours, imposed on you, will automatically drop and die down. Just last Wednesday, in Vancouver, one devotee, he was telling me, he did already one NSP, second time he came. He says, Swamiji, I thought that when you said the desires will drop, maybe I have to believe. But after the meditation, now I understand, really I forgot. So many things which was haunting me, I forgot. I never thought I'll have such big relief. Please understand, the meditation on this pranic layer is so powerful. Actually, your dreams, your desires, and this world, all three are made of same stuff. Your dreams, your desires, this world, all three are made of same stuff. Very difficult to understand, but truth. All three are made of the same stuff. When you work on the pranic layer, you clear all the three. When you clear from one thing, all the other two are automatically clean. Now, when you meditate, work on the pranic layer, automatically you will see, even if you force your mind, doesn't go behind desires. The pranic layer, when we do meditation, we will be doing that only. You will be just going behind all the desires, one by one. Just leaving them completely. Suddenly you will see your mind comes back again and again to only one or two desires. All other things are dropping. They are not there anymore. Just they are disappearing. That's what I say. When you shake the tree, all old leaves drop by themselves. You don't have to do anything. When you infuse energy into pranic layer, when you bring spirit into pranic layer, automatically all the desires imposed on you, infused in you, they just drop. Whatever desires you brought, prarabdha karma. See, when you design your body, you design according to your desires. And those memories are staying in your body. And after taking the body, by and by, so many desires are infused on you. your pranic flow completely changes. You start breathing very shallow way. Man who breathes deeply will never be taken away with any desires, I tell you. You can see very clearly your breathing has become shallow because continuously social conditioning. You see kids breathing, they are breathing using the whole body. Their whole body will breathe. The moment social conditioning starts happening, your breathing will become shallow. Your body and pranic flow is designed for your prarabdha karma, means the samskaras which you brought. The moment society starts adding samskaras, the pranic flow is disturbed. Pranic flow is destroyed. Now, I am bringing the original pranic flow back to your being. The moment original pranic flow is brought back, automatically the infused samskaras drop. The forced desires automatically die down. It may look like how such big thing can be achieved by such a small exercise. You may think, please be very clear, you always fought with desires from the wrong karma. Like a Vali. Vali is a character in Ramayana. Vali has got a special boon. Anybody who stands in front of him to fight with him, half of his power will go away to him. Half of his power will go away to Vali. Same way, the moment you start fighting in front of your desires, half of your power is already taken by desires. Naturally, you are failure. And by and by you start believing desires are more powerful than you. When that belief is strengthened, simply you are defeated. Before desire starts, you are defeated. Because you have strong belief, desires are more powerful than you. Now it is time to open the whole Pandora box. To open the whole Pandora box. Step by step you will work. First, we will open the Pandora box and see the accounts, what is there inside. Actually, sit with yourself in a very loving way. Do not condemn your desires. Do not suppress them. Let your mind express one by one. Remember every desire. Whatever you wanted to have in your life. Usually the four major clarification. Few major classification. I can say, not clarification, few major classification. First thing, the desires for sense pleasures. Desires for name and fame. Desires to possess things. And desire for spiritual experience. These are the four major layers. Of course, there will be one more category which cannot be classified. Open up and start writing as you think. Please understand, do not edit when you write. You may be thinking in English and Telugu or English and Tamil. You may be thinking in your mother tongue. Write in the same language in which you think. It's for you. Then we will work how we will analyze how it is self-contradicting or how we are creating self-contradicting engrams. Then we will work on the pranic layer meditation. Now please take a notebook, and if you wrote your notes which you are going to take to the house, please do not write in that page, because the page in which you are writing the desires tomorrow will destroy. So take a new page and start writing. Take your own time. Please do not condemn, do not suppress, do not judge yourself. If you judge yourself, your mind will not reveal all the desires to you. Yes. Some? Now start digging, it will come out. That's why I am giving space for yourself.
Can you, Swamiji, can you please repeat the classification once again?
4. Desire for sense pleasures, like a thing to see good things, to hear music, to taste, for tax, self-pleasure. Next, desire for name and fame, recognition. Third, desire to possess more things. Why not have a resort in Hawaii? Why not have a cottage in Tirupati? And fourth, desire for spiritual experience. Always fantasizing, sitting straight in a resort and beautifully meditating. I have seen always people fantasize about meditation, but they never do meditation. They always think in a sea beach or on a hill, I'll be sitting straight, merge into myself. When they go and sit there, only they will understand the mosquitoes and start beating the mosquitoes. And restless. That's why so much of meditation mats are sold, but nobody meditates. I have seen so much of our meditation books are sold, CDs are sold, mats are sold. People buy and put it in the garage. That's all. Huh? That's all. So one more fantasy. Please write in the same way in which you think. The same words. Do not edit. Do not change words. Just write in the same way. Only then you will start opening up to yourself. It's like you are having appointment with yourself. You give appointment to so many persons. Now it is time to give appointment to yourself. when you designed this body, and set of desires are imposed on you by society. What is imposed on you should drop. What is yours should be strengthened. That's the purpose of the whole meditation.
And there is
Refining, not destroying. Yes. Because it's prarabdha. Prarabdha means you brought it with you. Only when you don't work out your prarabdha, you suffer cancer. Cancer happens to a person who doesn't work out his prarabdha. That desires which he brought when he designed the body, if he is not allowed to work out that desires, he starts thinking towards killing himself. The suicidal thoughts. Suicidal tendency is the basic reason for cancer. The moment you start thinking, let me die, what is there? You are putting the seed for cancer. Never ever put these thoughts into your mind. Never ever even utter. Some people always torture others, saying that I will commit suicide. People come and complain, Swamiji, my wife always is threatening me. She'll commit suicide. So usually women only threaten. All right, men, husband, okay. And some people, when the people come and complain to me, I tell her to do at least that properly. At least let him do that properly. Let him or her. Anyhow. Yes. The child clearly decides. I mean, the body itself is designed according to your desires only. That's what I say, the biology of belief. He very clearly proves the idea which I am saying. He says there is something more than your DNA and cells is controlling you. That force is directly attacked or directly related to your positive or negative thoughts. Bruce Lipton. Name is Bruce Lipton. But did a beautiful research. I went through the book. Amazing book. Yes. Not only son. Yes. Not only son, even the family. She decides. Clearly she decides. She chooses the diagram. At least the main course, the person chooses. Clearly, they choose. There are something like a house, size of the house, size of the car. These all can be imposed by society. But these basic things, like a marriage and son and all these things, we bring the plan. We bring the plan. After seeing society, after seeing society, you see the society and pick up these models. Oh, our son is like this, his son is like this, mine also should be like that. After seeing society, we pick up the model, we pick up the idea. I understand the subject things are coming. But even the basic minimum things, what you say as basic minimum things are also picked up from others only. It's from others only. How does the person figure out the Advertisements. What do you think all these advertisements are doing? And especially, please never watch advertisements about psychiatric drugs. If you watch those advertisements, you will start thinking, I think I also have that symptom. Should I go to the doctor once and consult? Especially medicine advertisements. If you watch, slowly, you will again and again start thinking, should I go and see the doctor once? Should I consult? Should I ask about this medicine? Never ever watch the advertisements related to medicines. Just change the channel and escape. Yes. Beginning part. That is, you are straight away coming to the same point. Anado Brahma. Actually, the beginning of the prarabdha is so subtle, it can't be explained logical words. You understand? There need to be to express anything with words, logically, you need to have three things: the experience, and the person who listens, and the bridge to express. All these three doesn't exist in the earlier time, the origin. Only when it comes to the level of certain amount, you can catch it by hand. See, a bacteria can never be caught in hand. But if it grows to the size of fish, you can catch it by hand. Hand is like a logic. It can catch only the fish size, not the bacteria. You are asking, why not we catch the bacteria by hand? It is impossible. In that level, the explanation doesn't work. That's the problem. To tell you something, sometimes we feel by taking care of somebody, our motherliness grows. We feel fulfilled. But taking care of somebody gives a tremendous fulfillment. We do not know by creating that desire what decision we are going to make. But that desire can be a reason. Only this analogy can give. You understand? As an analogy, we can give this. Taking care, sometimes is a big fulfillment. Attending continuously somebody gives sometimes some fulfillment. But the problem is, because it gives fulfillment once, we choose that for a lifelong. That's why we do the mistake. It's something like you go to a resort and stay in a resort. One day you feel so happy. Then you decide to buy that resort. But after buying the resort, you will not have that same feeling. You will start feeling bored. You will start feeling, same thing. But the few days, it gives you the joy. That makes you decide to have it. It's like one person goes to Arunachala. And after staying 2-3 days, he goes to Ramana Maharshi and says, Bhagavan, such beautiful hill, such beautiful place, such wonderful ashram. Bhagavan says, stay here for 1 more week, everything will become alright. Everything will become alright. That initial thing, maybe because of that we decide. It's time to open the whole Pandora box. To open the whole Pandora box. Step by step we will work. First, we will open the Pandora box and see the accounts, what is there inside. Actually, sit with yourself in a very loving way. Do not condemn your desires. Do not suppress them. Let your mind express one by one. Remember every desire. Whatever you wanted to have in your life. Usually the 4 major clarification. Few major classification. I can say, not clarification. Few major classification. First thing, the desires for sense pleasures. Desires for name and fame. Desires to possess things, and desire for spiritual experience. These are the 4 major layers. Of course, there will be one more category which cannot be classified. Open up and start writing as you think. Please understand, do not edit when you write. You may be thinking in English and Telugu or English and Tamil. You may be thinking in your mother tongue. Write in the same language in which you think. It's for you. Then we will work how we will analyze how it is self-contradicting or how we are creating self-contradicting engrams. Then we will work on the pranic layer meditation. Now please take a notebook, and if you wrote your notes which you are going to take to the house, please do not write in that page, because the page in which you are writing the desires tomorrow will destroy it. So take a new page and start writing. Take your own time. Please do not condemn, do not suppress, do not judge yourself. If you judge yourself, your mind will not reveal all the desires to you. Yes. Some? Now start digging, it will come out. That's why I am giving space for yourself.
Can you, Swami, can you please repeat the classification once again?
4. Desire for sense pleasures, like a thing to see good things, to hear music, to taste, for touch, sense pleasure. Next, desire for name and fame, recognition. 3rd, desire to possess more things. Why not have a resort in Hawaii? Why not have a cottage in Tirupati? And 4th, desire for spiritual experiences. Always fantasizing, sitting straight in a resort and beautifully meditating. I have seen always people fantasize about meditation, but they never do meditation. They always think in a sea beach or on a hill, I'll be sitting straight, merge into myself. When they go and sit there, only they'll understand the mosquitoes and start beating the mosquitoes. And restless. That's why so much of meditation mats are sold, but nobody meditates. I have seen so much of our meditation books are sold, CDs are sold, mats are sold. People buy and put it in the garage. That's all. So one more fantasy. Please write in the same way in which you think. The same words. Do not edit. Do not change words. Just write in the same way. Only then you will start opening up to yourself. It's like you are having appointment with yourself. You give appointment to so many persons. Now it's time to give appointment to yourself. When you designed this body, and set of desires are imposed on you by society. What is imposed on you should drop. What is yours should be strengthened. That's the purpose of the whole meditation. Be very clear. Let morality be out of your understanding, not out of any fear. Let morality happen to you out of conscious clarity, not out of any greed or guilt. Anything happens out of guilt can never lead you to ultimate. I always tell people, still why do we need fear or greed to make us live a moral life? Only kids need candy. Only with kids you can tell, if you do that, I'll give you candy. If you don't do that, I will beat you. If you are a child, it's okay. Even after growing, if you need candy and punishment, we are mentally retarded. True. Still we need the hell and heaven candy. The hell and heaven to be moral. Still we need cop's car. to maintain our speed. It means what? We are mentally retarded. You don't see the cops car, what you do? Automatically, one push. That 5 miles race. Some of these people, they are pace of that 5 mile only. Always think, guys, and they drive me. 65, the board means at least 75. No, some 10 miles grace mile. And if there is no cops car this side or that side, they'll enter into the carpool lane. Right? Enter into the carpool lane. If your morality is based on fear, naturally what you will do? You will just waiting to go beyond. And that's the taste when you break the rule, actually. It is not even a speed. Even if you don't have to go urgently, it's a taste, actually. After some time, breaking rules becomes a taste. And anything, when anything is banned, immediately it gets a new taste. You get a new taste. And you feel like, why not try? Why not try? Be very clear. If your morality is built on guilt or fear, greed, it is not morality. Let it be built on understanding. It may take a little more time. It may take a little intelligence. It may need little intelligence. Work for it. Let all your understandings be based on conscious clarity. Your whole lifestyle, let it be built on understanding. Let you not follow anything. Let you not do anything out of guilt, fear, or greed. If you do anything out of fear, greed, or guilt, I tell you, you will feel that you missed your life. After the age of 50, you will start feeling. If you miss something, if you do something or don't do something, if your morality is based on guilt or fear, greed, after the age of 50, when you have complete independence, you will repent that you missed your life. I am not telling you to go around and do all the mistakes. No. But let your morality be clearly based on intelligence. Let it be consciously clear of what you are doing or what you are not doing. Let it be very clear. This I am doing because I am clear about this. This I am not doing because I am very clear about this. Let everything become your understanding. It will take few days. You need to have patience to sit with you, analyze you. The way in which you think, the way in which you work, you need to work on it. Even if it takes few days, it's okay. But let it be on a solid foundation of understanding, not on guilt. If it is on guilt, any moment it can be shaken. If it is on fear, greed, any moment it can be taken away from you. Let you not do anything or let you not avoid anything out of guilt. Let your life be filled with a clarity and conscious understanding.
Say.
What can we say? Be very clear. When they decided to get aborted, their intelligence was only that much. They were not ready to take the responsibility, or the situation was like that. One more thing, when you decide, not only situation plays a role, your intelligence also plays a role. You decide. After 1 year, your intelligence gets updated, like a software. After it gets updated, if you start repenting, whose mistake? It's nobody's mistake. At that time when you decided, you may not have that much of courage. Now suddenly today you may have the courage. Just Because today you have the courage. You can't say that you did a mistake in your past life.
The reason I was question, first of all, I think immoral is a questionable value. Immoral is decided by casting religion.
First thing, morality or immorality itself has to be defined. According to me, morality is which makes you happy and which makes the people who are around you happy is morality. Which makes you blissful and which makes people around you blissful. Which makes you suffer or the people who are around you suffer. That is immorality. That's all. Next question will come. No, something makes me blissful but others are suffering. What to do about that? Be very clear. Then there is something seriously wrong. Never you can have something which makes others suffer and makes you blissful. It will be making you also suffer. You may not be aware or you may be insensitive to that suffering. That's all. But anything that makes others suffer will make you also suffer. You need to understand that one thing. And one more thing. One religion cannot decide which is right or which is wrong. So be very clear. Religions are social beliefs. That's all. In some religion, vegetarianism is morality. In some religion, non-veg is morality. So it depends on the social setup. It is just a pure social conditioning. According to me, according to the Vedic rishis, life enters into the body only just before the birth. So all the movement happening inside that body, the child, it is because it is connected to mother's body. It has no individual soul. Heartbeat and all other movements are just because it is connected to mother's body. So individual soul enters, consciousness enters to the body only just before the birth. 3 seconds before the birth, only life enters. Yes.
Then Swamiji, how will the epic Abhimanyu was able to hear the Chakravyu in the...
The memory is recorded in the body. The DNA and cells are recording the memory. DNA and cells can record memory. Same way Prahalada. You see, what kind of body you create, that kind of soul will come and occupy the body. That's why we request pregnant women to do meditation and read scriptures, so that you create a body with good memories. A good soul will come and occupy. Unless you are mature enough, you should not give birth. Only an enlightened man can give birth to a child. Be very clear. Now if you give birth, what will you do? You will reproduce the same mental setup which you are having. It's a sin. Why are you bringing one more person and torturing him? Only a person who is mature, who has solved his problem, can create one more life. If you don't have this, be very clear, you have not committed a sin. Never bring one more life if you can't give complete solution for that life. You yourself have not solved your life. You yourself are struggling with your life. Why do you want to bring one more? Why do you want to bring one more life? I tell you. See, we have already 6 billion. We have crossed 6 billion. We are not able to feed the 6 billion people. We are not able to give shelter. We are not able to give medicine. Why should we continuously bring more and more people to the planet? 10 years, we should all be very clear. No more kids. Let us give food for all the people who came to the planet. Let us give shelter for them. Let us give medicine for them. Why don't you guys adopt? That's all. What's the wrong? Why should it be biological? Oh God. That's a nice story. Now I have to be a little bored. I thought I just covered the superficial itself. Now I have to go deep into the story. One guy came to me, Swamiji, I am suffering with poverty, please give me some solution. I asked him, tell me what your family situation, what is the problem? No, I have 14 children. 14? Oh God. At this age. I asked him, why did you have so many kids? No, God gave me. I just gave him the same look. I did not say anything. I just gave him the same look. He understood. It's a nice way. See, God is like a dustbin. We do everything, finally put the responsibility on him. That's like a prarabdha karma. It is pure agamya, not even agamya, kamya karma. And it's not prarabdha. So we can be a little more intelligent. 6 billion people, let's feed them first. Let's give food for them first. Let's give shelter, medicine. Let's give basic things for them. Then we can bring more and more people to the planet. What to do? If you abuse the nature, if you bring more people, naturally you will be abusing the nature. Forest will be destroyed, and the petrol is taken out, and water, underground water is taken out. Naturally, tsunami, earthquake, everything will happen. Everything will start happening. So according to me, people should first become enlightened before giving birth. They should first work for enlightenment. Only then they should think of giving birth.
But another question on the same morality, that people have, in layman's language, they call extramarital affair. Okay, that's the rule of the society. Why?
No.
Why?
Be very clear. Here I have to be very clear. You see, this extramarital affair is a complete disrespect to other being. It's a disrespect to other being. I am not saying that there should not be extramarital affair because it is moral, based on morality. I am saying there should not be extramarital affairs. Respect for other person. It's a spiritual value. It's not morality. Be very clear. More the quantity, less the quality. If the quantity increases, the quality of the relationship, the depth of the relationship will disappear. Depth of the relationship will disappear. I tell you, it's a deep disrespect to other being. You have no right. You have no right. And people always ask me, what is the wrong in it? I tell them, be very clear. When you say what is the wrong, if you will you allow the other person also does the same thing? See, what is the base of the relationship? Let us analyze. What is the reason for relationship? There is a beautiful answer. In our Vanaprastha, in our Vanaprastha system, means the Vedic marriage system, they explain man is centered on Muladhara, means lust. Women are centered on Swadhisthana, insecurity. Here, by marriage, through marriage, man gives a promise, he takes the oath in front of fire. Through this marriage, I take a oath, I will give you a deep, secure feeling and liberate you from this insecurity consciousness, a samskara of insecurity. She takes a oath, I will give you a deep fulfillment and liberate you from this lust samskaras. I give you a deep fulfillment. By giving the fulfillment, I liberate you from the samskara, lust, greed. Both of you decide, take the oath to liberate the other person from their samskaras. Both of you decide to help the other person to achieve liberation. That is the whole concept of marriage. But now you understand the weakness of the other person and you play your game just on that strength. Men are always threatening women based on the insecurity concept. Women knows where to play the game. They are playing their game. Both are trying to torture others, knowing the other person's weakness. But the Vedic marriage is so sacred, so beautiful. You take a vow in front of fire. Let me not torture the other person, knowing his secret or our weakness. Knowing our weakness or our secret, his weakness should make you more compassionate and help the other person. Not, it will make you more cunning to exploit the other person. The very reason for the marriage is to liberate the other person from the prarabdha karmas which is plot. And you start having more members of the relationship. You'll be accumulating more karmas. Instead of liberating yourself, of course, if you're interested in accumulating more karmas, you're welcome. I have no problem. It's up to you. But anybody, at least if you are interested in spiritual life, please be very clear. No extramarital affairs. If you are having, your spirituality is not for you. Of course, I have nobody to tell you what to do or not to do. It is up to you. But spirituality is not for you. The quality of relationship is not for you. Be very clear. People always quote, no, Krishna had Rasleela. He had some be very clear. Krishna became enlightened. Then you also became enlightened. Then do whatever you want. Do not quote Krishna for your Himala things. One more thing. When the masters play, you can't even use your words to express their actions. People always come and ask me, Swamiji, you are telling Krishna smoke, why Vivekananda smoke, Ramakrishna smoke. Of course, Ramakrishna smoke after everything enlightened. You also do that first. Become enlightened. Then do what Ramakrishna did. Then do what Vivekananda did. Let me tell you one my personal experience. I had a great fortune to live with a Naga Baba. Means Baba, they don't wear clothes. The naked Babas in Himalayas. He's such a great soul. I'm never feeling eating, taking bath, or going anywhere. He'll just sit in one place, happily, blissfully, radiating the joy. Just sitting next to him will be so blissful. But he always used to smoke ganja. That Maljon. And you'll be surprised to listen to the whole story. That small children pipe. He'll put a cup of time, put ganja, and smoke. After smoking, he'll empty the children and he'll drink gold time. Not once or twice. 6 months I will drink every day the same now. He'll sell the gold time and get more ganja. And I asked him one day, Baba, why do you wear such a Atma, Abusha? Why do you smoke ganja? He said, not wrong. He just laughed and replied, a big elephant cannot be tied in a small hut. If I have tied the elephant in a small hut, I have made it a little dull. I have made it a little dull. The enlightened consciousness cannot stay in his body. If I will tie the consciousness in his body, to do the good service of mission, the spiritual work, I have to make it a little dull. Be very clear. In your life, you are supposed to elevate yourself. In their life, they are supposed to bring themselves down. So do not quote their actions. Do not quote their actions. Do not do what masters do. Do what they say. What said master? But he himself will smoke and drink. But he can always say, don't smoke, don't drink. What is that last thing? What? You are preaching to us and you are smoking and drinking. What is this? Then he says, really, I don't have to follow what I preach because I am not the same kind of person to whom I am preaching. It's true. Do not quote master's life to justify your morality. And I tell you, the more number of relationship, less quality. You will create only more thing. You will not. It's more or less like a superficial. It's an immature lifestyle. It's just immature lifestyle. Dog. Sometimes it's dog will get the dry bones. It will get some dry bones, the body from the cement. In India, very long very often open. Maybe dog can go just dig a little bit and it will get one bone. And with the bone playing, the dog will nicely bite the bone. After some time, bone will go up. Then it's dog's mouth. The blood is not coming from its own mouth. The dog, after 2 minutes, will start thinking. The blood is coming from the bone. Without understanding, the blood is coming from its own mouth. How the dog is having a wrong attitude, wrong understanding about the joy. And how he is suffering because of his own immaturity. Same way, you will be suffering if you have extramarital affairs. You will be suffering continuously with extramarital affairs. I tell you, you are very basically immature. You are very basically immature. Leave out your actions. I am not even speaking about actions. The very basically immature means you are neither understood nor ready to understand what for life is. What for you are already you are caught in this body because of some samskaras. Now it is time to work them out. The earlier they are removed, better for you. And get rid of them and liberate yourself. Instead of that, you catch them hand. Or try to catch tightly. It's a mistake. You want to catch tightly, then have not one, 10 also, I have no problem. And I tell you one more thing. If you have only one woman in your life, enlightenment is luxury. If you have 2 women in your life, it's an option. If you have 3 women in your life, it's a compulsion. In a way, the more you will go towards that enlightenment. It's actually technique for enlightenment also. Somebody asked me, how can you prove Krishna is enlightened? He did all these things. He had so many women around him. I told that itself is solid proof for enlightenment. If he is able to manage, not much women. Anyhow, but I tell you one thing. See, in India, people catch works. They'll make a small net. It's a very simple thing. In one thread, between two threads, they'll just add one small wooden piece and put it around the thread between the trees. These pairs, they'll come and sit one side of the wooden piece. Immediately the piece will turn. It will become topsy-turvy. These guys, they'll be thinking, if I leave my hand, if I leave my leg, I may fall and die. They will never leave. They don't understand. If they leave, they can simply fly. They don't understand. The moment the seat becomes topsy-turvy. Let me give you a small example. Like this, they'll die. They'll keep it. It will be hanging between the trees. If the parrot comes and sits here, what will happen? It will be like this. It will just turn. And the parrot will be hanging upside down. The parrot, it doesn't understand. If it leaves the legs, it can just fly. But it doesn't understand. It thinks, no, if I leave the legs, if I leave the grip, I will fall and die. It will be holding. Slip it until it comes slowly and it catch the parrot and take it. Same way we are doing. We know we are catching these samskaras. Why don't you just take your hands off? But we are afraid. If you take your hands off, somebody else will take it away. Something else may happen in the life. This may happen, that may happen. How can I leave? So practical something when it comes to practicality. As you think about, you always create something. You always create some reason. You always create more and more words and struggles for yourself. I tell you, just liberate yourself. One more thing. About extramarital affairs. It's a very strong subject. It needs to be analyzed deeply. A mature person can never disrespect the other being. If you are thinking, if you are using the other being, just one more part, just as if you have rich for some purpose. You have furniture for some purpose. Same if you feel your wife also is just there for some purpose. Only then you can have extramarital relationship. If you see her as a being, living being, If you feel grateful to her, respectful to her, and you think she's a living being, she has done so much, she has contributed so much in my life. Whatever said and done, I receive love from her, care from her, satisfaction from her. If you have that respect for the other being, you will never even think about extramarital relationship. The extramarital relationship is deep disrespect to other person. Above all, disrespect to your own body. If you can allow anybody and everybody into your inner space, what respect you have for yourself? Tell me. Your space is so sacred. So sacred. How can you let anybody and everybody into your inner space, in your space? It means you don't have respect for your space. I always tell people, people sell their space. People sell their body. They will not have respect for themselves. They will not have respect for themselves. They will think themselves just as a more object. You are reducing yourself as one more object. You are reducing the spirit into matter. You are doing a Brahma Hatya. You will have the Atma Hati dosha, means reducing your being into just matter. You are not just a body. You are a spirit. You are an embodied being. If you have a deep respect that you are an embodied being, you cannot let anybody and everybody in your inner space. In your space. It needs tremendous love, tremendous devotion. How can you let anybody and everybody in your inner space? Be very clear. Never, never, never put master's life. Master's life is totally different. And what they do can never be even equated to your words. The very feeling, the very emotion is totally different. The very thing is totally different. Especially, if you read the memoirs of Sharda, she says, I feel totally respected when I am in his presence. When I am in Ramakrishna's presence, I feel I am respected. The other should feel the person is respected. Person is respected. And I tell you, this much maturity has not happened to somebody means he is not worthy of getting married. He should not even get married. The problem is all these basic lessons are missing now. Nowadays, who gets married? Only prolifics get married. You neither know what mantra you chant, nor you know the meaning of the mantra. Simply he chants, you tie that rope. That's all. And get the ticket for honeymoon. That's all. Nothing else. We don't even know the basic concept of Vedic marriage. In front of fire, you take the oath. Hereby, I promise, I will give you a complete satisfaction and liberate you from the samskaras of lust and greed. And he says, hereby I promise that I will give you a deep security and liberate you from the insecure feeling and fear consciousness. Yes.
What if the roles have changed?
That's okay. If the roles are changed, take the other side oath, that's all. Anyhow, but both, you see, one more thing, there is no such thing as a complete fear, complete greed. Sometimes, you see, even in the Vedic system, it's not that man is always centered on greed. He is also sometimes starts suffering the fear. That time she needs to behave like a mother, giving care, secured feeling, giving the care and attitude of mother. She needs to raise herself to the mother level. And sometimes she will be centered on the greed. At that time, again, he needs to play the role of father, attending the greed, taking care. So it's like both will be caught in the both things. Mainly, this will be the two. This will be the two. But by taking the oath, you are assure the other person, I will not abuse you. I see that you are helped. By knowing your weakness or your problems, I will not disrespect you. That will bring more compassion in me, more care in me, more understanding in me to take care of the other person. That's the whole gist of Vedic marriage. Then you will never this extramarital relationship question itself will not raise. I tell you, still now in India, people live with single wife whole life. Whole life they spend with a single wife. I think I can say at least 70 to 80% of people don't go for divorce and all those things. At least 70% of the people in India, they live with a single wife. That's a tradition.
But Swamiji, in the man can still exploit the woman, saying, "You did not give me the satisfaction, that's why I'm running around."
He has no right to say that. Then it's a deep disrespect again. And one more thing, see, these are all subjective things. It needs a tremendous maturity. The main problem is the lessons which gives maturity itself is lost. Around the age of 7 itself, in those days, the person will be taught about the life. He will be given the meditation. He will be given guide. He has to settle it within himself. From the beginning, he will be raised. He will be brought. And moreover, main thing, the fantasy input is very less. The fantasy input was very less. The moment he entered the house, inside the house, over. Somebody asked me, Swami, when the Kali age born? Kali Yuga, when it took birth? I said the day TV entered the house. The day TV entered the house, Kali is born. So much of fantasy is infused on the kids. What to do? That's where the whole trouble starts. All right, it's time to work on guilt. Yes.
I will go a little bit backward. You said that it is not good thing to make other person suffer because then you will be the one who will suffer. But there are circumstances then when you need to use your power for self-defense. What do you think about that? Because
I tell you,
defense, the other person will get hurt. Of course, that will. So
what you are asking is supposed to be the decision is supposed to be taken based on that moment. So I do not know the complete situation which you are asking.
Okay, my question, hypothetically, I will put this way: if somebody wants to harm me,
You have all the right to protect yourself.
the
Nothing wrong.
self-defense is for that matter that you want to protect yourself and you put your shield around you. Even though the other person might get hurt because
That nothing can be done.
so there is
That nothing can be done. Only thing, do not enter into others' territory. Do respect others' space consciously, not just for the sake of justification. Sometimes we always do offending things and claim it as a defense. That is wrong. Be very clear about it. All the countries' army, they claim it's a defense army. Then who is offending? Every army claims themselves as a defense army. Then who is offending? That is something seriously wrong. Consciously, if you can say you are only defending and not offending, then okay. It's all supposed to be decided by you, not by any other person. Nobody else can judge. Only you can judge. All right.
Now we'll enter into the meditation technique. Understand, guilt is like a knot, energy knot. If there's a blood clot, you will not have free blood flow. Then if there's a guilt, you will not have free energy flow. Guilt is a very powerful energy clot, energy knot. Now the meditation technique we are going to do will straight away take your mental layer. Mental layer is the space where you store guilt. They are telling you, we just accept you completely as you are. Suddenly you will see you don't need to think at all. All you are thinking is not accepting you as you are. Just try now. Accept you completely as you are, outer world and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. You don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt.
That is the source of mind. Now, we'll try to stop the mind. We'll try to shake the inner chattering. Naturally, you will see all the beat will drop. That's a beautiful example in Gita. Supreme Pontiff. Krishna says, I am the thread connecting all the beads. Inner chanting is the thread connecting all your guilt. Let's cut the thread. Then naturally, all the beads will fall apart. They will all disappear. It's a very powerful meditation technique. 42 minutes intensely hum. For 2 cycles will completely shake your inner chanting. Only thing, do not stop anything. Not like see that the humming becomes so intense there should not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chanting. There should not be any words inside. Right? Within 10 minutes you will fall into tune. In the first 10 minutes you will have thoughts, humming, thoughts, humming, thoughts, humming. In 10 minutes you will see. You fall into tune. Next 30 minutes, completely your inner chanting will have healing or a cleaning process. You sit straight, I guide you. If you are heart patient or patient with blood pressure, please don't do it very mildly, a simple humming. Others do intensely. Yes, Vajrasana. Vajrasana for whole 40 minutes. If you really can't, then sit in ordinary way. If you can, try Vajrasana. It will really help you. Please close your eyes. Sit straight. Just try now. Accept it completely as you are, outer world and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we try to drop the mind. We try to shake the inner chattering. 42 minutes. Intensely humming. For 2 cycles will completely shake your inner chanting. Do not stop it. Not like feel that the humming becomes so intense there should not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chanting. There should not be any words inside. Right? In 10 minutes you will fall into it. In the first 10 minutes you will have thoughts, humming, thoughts, humming, thoughts, humming. 10 minutes you will fall into it. Next 30 minutes, completely your inner chanting will have healing, a healing process. Just try now. Accept it completely as you are, outward and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we'll try to drop the mind. We'll try to shake the inner chakra. 42 minutes. Intensely hum. Humming for 2 cycles. Will completely shake your inner chakra. Do not stop. Not say that the humming is so intense that there will not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chakra. There should not be any words inside. Try 10 minutes in volume. On the first 10 minutes, you'll have thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming. 10 minutes, you'll volume. Next 30 minutes, completely your inner chakra will have healing, a healing process. Now, accept it completely as you are, outer world and inner world. No guilt, nothing is hidden. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we try to drop the mind. We try to shake the inner chanting. 42 minutes. Intensely hum. For 2 seconds. Will completely shake your inner chanting. Do not stop it. Not like feel the humming is so intense, there should not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chanting. There should not be any words inside. Try within 10 minutes you fall into. For the first 10 minutes you will have thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming. 10 minutes you will see. Fall into. Next 30 minutes. Completely your inner chanting will have healing, a cleaning process. Just right now, accept it completely as you are and outer world and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we try to drop the mind. We try to shake the inner chanting. 42 minutes. Intensely now. For new cycle. Will completely shake your inner chanting. Do not stop it. Not say the calming looks so intense that there will not be any words moving inside. There will not be any inner chanting. There should not be any words inside. Right? 10 minutes you will fall into. In the first 10 minutes you will have thoughts coming, thoughts coming, thoughts coming. 10 minutes you will fall into. Next 30 minutes, completely your inner chanting will have healing, a healing process. Just right now, accept it completely as you are and outer world and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we try to drop the mind. We try to shake the inner chanting. 42 minutes. Intensely now. For new cycle. Will completely shake your inner chanting. Do not stop it. Not say the calming looks so intense there will not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chanting. There should not be any words inside. Right? In 10 minutes you fall into. In the first 10 minutes you will have thoughts coming, thoughts coming, thoughts coming. 10 minutes you will fall into. Next 30 minutes, completely your inner chanting will have healing, a healing process. accept it completely as you are, outward and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we try to drop the mind. We try to shake the inner chattering. 42 minutes. Intensely hum. For 2 cycles, will completely shake your inner chattering. Everything. Do not stop. Not see that the humming gets so intense, there should not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chattering. There should not be any words inside. Right? In 10 minutes you fall into. Only for 10 minutes you will have thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming. 10 minutes you will see. Fall into. Next 30 minutes. Completely your inner chattering will have healing, a healing process. Just right now, accept it completely as you are, outer world and inner world. No guilt, nothing needs to be done. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, you try to drop the mind. You try to shake the inner chanting. 42 minutes. Intensely hum. For 2 seconds. Will completely shake your inner chanting. Do not stop it. Not see that the humming gets so intense, there should not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chanting. There should not be words inside. Try to be 10 minutes you fall into. Only for 10 minutes you have thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming, thoughts on humming. 10 minutes you fall into. Next 30 minutes. Completely your inner chanting will have healing, a healing process. Right now, accept it completely as you are, outer world and inner world. no guilt, nothing is hidden. Suddenly you don't need mind. There's no job for the mind. Mind exists only because of the tension, guilt. That is the source of mind. Now, we try to drop the mind. We try to shake the inner chanting. 2 minutes. Intensely hum. For each cycle, we completely shake your inner chanting. Do not stop it. Not see that the humming is so intense, there should not be any words moving inside. There should not be any inner chanting. There should not be any words inside. Try within 10 minutes you'll fall into. In the first 10 minutes you'll have thoughts and humming, thoughts and humming, thoughts and humming. 10 minutes you'll see. Fall into. Next 30 minutes. Completely your inner chanting will have healing, a cleaning process.
When your ego is hurt, when somebody is not respecting you, or when somebody is not treating you as you want, emotional pain means you have trusted somebody and he cheated you. That is emotional pain. A close family circle, or a near and dear one, if he cheats you, if he disrespects your trust or love, that's called emotional pain. All these 3 pain memories are recorded in this etheric body. The big problem is these pains are they are not just staying, they go on reproducing and they attract the same kind of people in your life. You attract the same kind of people who will abuse you in your life. There are some people, wherever they go, they get abused. They get disrespected. They attract only that kind of people because you are pregnant with painful memories. That's why you always deliver pain in your life. This memory, this layer which we need to concentrate more. It's the most powerful layer in our system. This single layer corrupts the whole thing. All the 7 chakras are in this layer only. You see, the whole LBP program is just related to this one layer. The whole LBP I am working on this one layer only. This one layer is so serious thing, such a serious thing. If we can work on this one layer, we will become completely liberated. Please understand. Now, sit straight, close your eyes. Intensely go through all the 3 level pains one by one. If you had a back pain at some time of your life, get that, visualize, experience same intense pain again. Don't worry that will it come back or not. Don't bother about all those things. It will never come back. Consciously relive, going to that same pain, all the pains which you experienced, going to that same pains consciously. Don't bother, it will never come back. You will not suffer. When you consciously relive, always you will be relieved. You will be throwing away. You will be removing all the engraved memories of pains in your inner space. Now start reliving all the physical pain, mental pain, emotional pains. Go into the same situation. Have the same feeling, same mood. Tears may roll in your eyes, from your eyes, or you may feel the heaviness, suffering. It's okay. Nothing wrong. Let you go through the whole thing. Nothing wrong. Some you might have experienced the guilt itself. Whatever is remaining, go into it. Let everything leave your inner space. Please close your eyes. Sit straight.
Could you please repeat what mental pain is?
Ego, your ego being hurt, not you feeling like you are not receiving enough respect. That's mental pain. Emotional pain is when you trust somebody and it cheats. Emotional.
So, Swamiji, what about the pain that you already have, like physical pain you have right now?
Yes, go through it. Consciously leave it. Please tie the ribbon. Sit straight. Tie the ribbon. Go into all the pains. Relieve. See, as I was telling you, all the 7 energy centers are corrupted by these painful samskaras. Here, I'll help you. Now, of course, this technique, directly we both are involved. Directly I'm going to help to work on every chakra. Means I'll guide step by step to concentrate on every chakra. And the very meditation will energize and remove this negative engrams. The very awareness, very consciousness, when you are conscious of the particular chakra, that's enough, that itself starts activating the chakra. That itself starts releasing the painful samskaras, leaving the painful samskaras. I can do step by step. Above all, the master's presence also will help you.
that will also take care of purifying the 7 energy centers. Please sit straight. Close your eyes. Either ribbon. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Concentrate on the root chakra. Concentrate on the root of the spinal cord. Feel the root of the spinal cord is vibrating with your awareness and consciousness. Forget all other parts of your body. Just remember only the root chakra. Forget all other parts of your body. Just became Muladhara Chakra, root center. Let your root center be energized. Let your root center be illumined. Let your root center be filled with bliss. Move to the Swadhisthana. Just 2 inches above the Muladhara, 2 inches below the navel center is the place of Swadhisthana. Come up to the Swadhisthana. Concentrate on Swadhisthana. Let your Swadhisthana function blissfully, beautifully. Let your Swadhisthana radiate bliss. Let it be completely healed. Let you be blissful in Swadhisthana. Slowly move up to Manipura navel center. Concentrate on the navel center. Let your navel center be filled with bliss. Let your navel center overflow healing energy. Let your navel center be completely healed. Let your heart center be filled with blissful healing energy. Let it radiate blissful healing energy. Let your Ananda Chakra, let your heart center be filled with bliss. Slowly. Slowly. Move on to the Vishuddhi Chakra. Throat center. Let it be established. The Vishuddhi Chakra. Throat center. Let your Vishuddhi Chakra be healed completely. Let your Vishuddhi Chakra radiate joy and bliss. Let your Vishuddhi Chakra be filled with energy. Let it be centered Vishuddhi Chakra. Slowly move up to Agnya Chakra, brow center, the chakra between the two eyebrows. Let it be centered on Agnya Chakra. Relax in Agnya Chakra. Do not concentrate. Put your awareness. Just relax in Agnya Chakra. Let your Agnya be filled with healing energy. Let your Agnya radiate bliss. Let your Agnya be filled with blissful energy. Let your Agnya be filled with eternal bliss. Bliss.
Meditation techniques are designed in such a way will work on the causal body. Causal body is the body which you experience at the time of deep sleep. When you are completely into tamas, deep sleep, without dreams, in that state you experience the causal body. Exactly what you experience when you are in deep sleep. What do you mean? Don't know anything, nothing. Darkness. You experience a deep darkness. You experience a deep darkness in the causal body. See, we always associate darkness with negativity. It's not true. You are born out of the darkness which is in your mother's womb. And every day you fall into this darkness and rejuvenate yourself. Again you are going to disappear into the darkness. So darkness is your mother. Darkness is the energy. This causal body is filled with darkness energy. That's why we call Kali as mother. Kali means Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the Kali means darkness energy. That's all. Here, you are going to meditate and fall into the darkness consciously. Always you fall asleep unconsciously. You always fall asleep unconsciously. Now, here I am trying to put you into the same sleep state consciously, so that you will have a thoughtless awareness. At least for a moment, you will have a thoughtless awareness. It's called Chakra Sushupti in Sanskrit. There will be no thoughts, but there will be pure awareness. No thought state, just like a deep sleep. Awareness, just like a waking state. These two, if it happens, you will have samadhi. Now, as of now, your body and mind is ready to fall asleep. It's already filled with tamas. That's why I waited till Ardhajama. Now Ardhajama started. Now, your body and mind is ready to fall asleep. Naturally, you will fall into the deep sleep state. We will take this tamas. We will take advantage of this tamas. We will take advantage of this mood and fall into the sleep consciously. That's all. You always fall unconsciously. Now consciously you will fall. How to fall consciously into the deep sleep state? See, when you are in the waking state, your consciousness resides in the Amnya Chakra. The dream state, it resides in Vishuddhi. The deep sleep, it goes to Anahata. That is why you can never sleep unless you relax the neck, because the consciousness has to travel through the Vishuddhi. You can see, even if you lie down, if you keep your head straight, you can't sleep. Even if you are sitting, if you relax your head, you will fall asleep. Because your consciousness has to travel through Vishuddhi to fall asleep. Now, your consciousness will travel through Vishuddhi without bending, without relaxing. You are supposed to fall asleep. You are supposed to fall into the deep sleep state with a straight neck. You may be thinking what he is teaching. But I tell you, if you can consciously fall into the deep sleep state, all problems related to insomnia will disappear. Fatigue or insomnia, both the problem will disappear. The continuous feeling of drowsiness, all these problems will disappear. I tell you one thing, I'm not giving you false hope. Even once people have done this meditation, simply they came out of sleeping pills. Not one or twice, one or two people. Thousands of people, they will help in their sleeping problems through this meditation. This straight away you are drilling the causal body. Any problem related to causal body will be completely healed. Completely healed. It's a very powerful meditation technique. A simple technique. What happens at the time of sleep? The deep darkness. You will meditate on the same deep darkness, but you will be sitting straight, that's all. One side your body and mind are pushing you towards the sleep. Other side you are meditating on the sleep. So it will pull. Both will help you to fall into the deep sleep. All you need to do is somehow be aware of the moment when you fall asleep. You are not supposed to fall into the dream and fall into deep sleep. Straight away you should fall into the causal body, deep sleep state. If you fall into the dream, again you lose consciousness. You will fall into unconscious state. Without falling into the dream, you have to fall asleep. Means without relaxing your neck, you have to fall asleep. It may look very difficult in the beginning, but I tell you, just half an hour, because your body is already tired, your mind is already tired now. It will fall into tamas. You will take advantage of this mood and fall into the deep sleep state. A simple technique, you will visualize as if you are sitting in a dark cave and you will continuously meditate only on darkness. You will visualize your whole body and mind is filled with darkness. Filled with darkness energy. Automatically within half an hour to 1 hour, you will fall, you will automatically forget the time, continuity of the time. Suddenly, oh, I think I slept. I stopped thinking what happened to me. When you come back, just see whether your neck is straight or it's hanging. If it is straight, you have done the meditation. Go back and sleep. Rest. If it is hanging, be very clear, you have not done. Start again. That's all. It's a very simple process. First thing. Next thing, if you fall into the how to find out really I experienced causal body or not. If you fall into the causal body, if you fall consciously into the sleeping state and come out, you will feel completely rejuvenated. You will not feel tiredness. The tiredness which you are having now will simply disappear. You will feel like dancing, jumping. You will feel like jumping. You will become alive. Understand? If you can transform the quality of your sleep, you will transform the quality of your waking hours. Your waking hours. I tell you, the moment the quality is increased, improved, the quantity will reduce. You don't need so many hours of sleep. So now, please sit straight, no support. Even if you are sitting in the chair, no support. Please sit straight, tie the ribbon. When you finish your, if you feel like you finish your meditation, you are really alive and fresh, you can get up and go anytime. But if you are not done, please don't get up and go. When you go out, do not disturb others who are sitting and meditating. Walk in such a way that you don't disturb others. Do not fall on others. Please sit straight. Let your head, neck and backbone be in a straight line. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Visualize you are entering into a dark cave. Feel you are sitting in a dark cave.
Visualize, see very clearly. You are sitting in a dark cave. Feel the walls of the cave. Cave is closed. The cave is filled with darkness. Inhale darkness. Exhale darkness. Meditate on the loving, caring, motherly darkness. Meditate on loving, caring, healing, motherly darkness. Inhale darkness. Exhale darkness. Be filled with darkness. Let you overflow with darkness. Keep the head, neck, and the backbone straight. Completely. Be filled with the loving, caring, healing darkness energy. Be filled with darkness. Let it be established in your. Only if you feel you have touched the causal body, you are fresh, alive, you can leave or continue to meditate. Let it be established in the very motherly darkness energy. Nirvanic body, Nirvana Sarira. And if you reach this layer, you'll almost be enlightened because there's no samskaras in this nirvanic layer. Samskaras will always be in other layers. This layer is a pure empty space. But all you need to understand in this layer is you must be capable of letting go. If you hold, even you will miss the bliss. In this layer there will be pure bliss. But the moment you try to hold it, you will miss it. The bliss is like a river water. A river. You put your hand in the river will be flowing in your hand. But if you try to hold the river, you will have only empty hand. You should let it happen. You should let it flow. Bliss by itself is choicelessness. When you are choiceless, bliss happens to you. The moment you make the decision, make the choice of bliss, the moment you want bliss to be one choice, simply it starts disappearing. If you understand the purposelessness of the whole thing, purposelessness of the whole life, whole drama, this nirvanic body, you will be easily able to cross this nirvanic layer. Of course, enlightenment is beyond this nirvanic layer. Do not think this nirvanic layer is enlightenment. All you need to understand is a very simple thing, the whole existence, the whole thing just purposeless, but very difficult to digest. Because you always built your ego, believing there is a purpose for your life. Either money or relationship or at least spiritual purpose. Always you created a purpose for your life. The more you think your purpose, the more your ego will become strong. The more purposes you create, more your ego will become strong. Always you build your life, build your ego, believing you have some purpose in the outer world. Maybe money or the relationships or knowledge, something else. Sometimes people drop all these purposes and catch the purpose of enlightenment. Some purpose, they create some idea. Always they go behind some purpose. But the moment you understand the whole life is purposeless, you achieve enlightenment. Not that you go behind enlightenment. Enlightenment simply happens to you. Enlightenment is nothing but living without ego. Your ego will disappear the moment you understand the purposelessness. As long as you think that is the purpose for the whole thing, and even if you analyze logically, understand what can be the purpose of existence. Why you should do the whole game. He wants to develop cities all over the world as planter. If that is the case, he himself can build cities. When he can create trees, can't he create buildings? When he can create jungle, he can easily create concrete jungle. He could have done that. The purpose of the whole existence is pure bliss. Whatever is taught to you as purpose is taught to you by society, by politicians, or by so-called priests. Life itself has no purpose, but very difficult truth to digest. I am giving you a solid, pure Vedantic truth. What Rishi is explaining. I am giving you the solid truth. First Upanishad, the first stanza. Isha Vakyam idatno sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Tena tyaktena unjita makrita kasya sveddanam. Do not covet, do not possess. By not possessing, enjoy the whole world. It's a very paradoxical statement. They say, enjoy the whole thing by not possessing. But we do not know how to enjoy without possessing. Always, first thing we will do is possess. Then only we can start enjoying. We cannot enjoy anything without possessing, without making that as our own. The whole thing is just pure purposeless. It's like one bubble, one water bubble. We are all just one bubble in the ocean, in the wave. In a wave, the ocean. So many water bubbles are happening. Just like a soap bubble, water bubble. We are all like one bubble. It's like our life is almost the same, like one bubble. Trying to catch some 4 or 5 bubbles. Hey, you are my wife, stand here. You are my husband, stand here. You are my daughter, stand here. You are my mother, stand here. All of you guys stand around me as a protection. And then that bubble collects 1 or 2 sand pieces from the beach. 1 or 2 small grains of sand. And it says, these are all my treasure. He puts in one bubble and locks that treasure. And the bubble is thinking, now it is safe, secure. But the bubble doesn't understand. In next 2 seconds, not only he, the whole family also is going to disappear. Same way, in the eternal life, we are all bubbles, just happen and disappear. When you have the maturity to see the whole, when you are ready to digest the whole, when you are ready to understand, the whole thing is just purposeless. Even your idea about enlightenment, whatever you talk, it's in this drama, that one big bubble says, I think I'm going to become enlightened. Let you all guys be around me. Or it says, no, I want to become enlightened. I renounce all you bubbles, get out. None of you stay with me. I'm going to go for tapasya. I throw away all these things. And that bubble starts doing tapasya. What's the purpose? Whatever you think is great in your life, whatever you think, whether your morality, immorality, right or wrong, properties or wealth or relationships or your spirituality, your spiritual sadhana, the whole thing is just pure purposelessness. The moment you understand the whole thing is purposeless, you start realizing the meaning of life. Meaning of life is bliss. As long as you have goal, you will miss the path. The moment you drop the goal means the end purpose. The big problem with our mind is it always waits for something to happen. It's always waiting for something to happen. You reduce your whole life into dollars. 1 month, how you measure your 1 month? Your salary. What salary you get? That is the value of your 1 month. That's the way you measure your life. 1 month I make this much. 12 months I make this much. In 5 years I make this much. This is the calculation. For example, somebody is ready to give 100 years salary. Will you give your life? He says, I'll give you 100 years salary in one paycheck. You just die. But you are doing that. May not be directly, but slowly. May not be fully, but slowly. The moment you start measuring your life by your paycheck, by your dollars, by your salary, you reduce the spirit into matter. You reduce the spirit into matter. Please be very clear. The whole life, whatever you are thinking as purpose, be very clear. Your ego is stuck there only. Yesterday, somebody asked, what is ego? If you think there is some purpose in the life, that is what is the ego. That is where the ego is stuck. If you think there is something to be achieved, we think, oh, my daughter has to get married. Or people come and tell me, Swamiji, if I settle my social responsibility, I will come and stay with at your feet, Swamiji. They always come and tell me, Swamiji, if I don't have any other work, I will come and be with you. These guys, they think that the people who are with me, they don't have any other work or what. That's what they think. One day, one elderly lady came to the ashram. She brought her son also in Bangalore ashram. And she said that, Swamiji, my son, let him become a brahmachari in the ashram. Usually his parents come and make big fuss if somebody becomes a brahmachari. You see, these guys, Vivekananda can take birth in somebody else's family. Vivekananda is great as long as he is in somebody else's family. And Nivedita is great as long as she is somebody else's daughter. Not my son or my daughter. It's hypocrites. They come and fall at my feet. But if their son wants to become Swami, then, oh God, they make some big fuss. It's nothing actually, it's jealous. How can that fellow be blissful? When I am suffering, when I am being tortured, how can he be so blissful? How can I tolerate that? Anyhow, usually these guys only make big fuss. As if they are not big thing to offer for this guy. Anyhow, this lady came and told, let him become brahmachari. Surprised. I asked her, oh, I'm so happy that you are so mature. You are allowing your son to become a brahmachari. Can I know what made you to make this decision? No, Swamiji, it's little bit. Then I asked, when you see all of us, do I have a board outside for young people only? Am I running the ashram or asylum? Am I running the ashram or asylum? She went away. People come and tell me, if I don't have this, I'll come and be with you, Swamiji. Be very clear. If you think that there is something useful in the life, that is where your ego is stuck. Whatever you think as goal, and you always think after that happens, all my responsibility will be over. I'll be totally relaxed and happy, joyful. Be very clear. By the time you reach that goal, 10 goals will be waiting. Not only that, even if you don't create 10 more goals, by the time you achieve that goal, already running or not relaxing will become part of your conditioning. That will become part of your conditioning. You can't relax anymore. All young guys, they think, when I finish my college, I'll be happy. I can relax. After the college, no. When I get married, I'll be relaxed. After the marriage, when I have kids, I'll be relaxed. After the kids, no, let him finish his college. Then I can rest and relax. After the kids finish the college, no, let him get married. Then my responsibilities over. After the marriage, have you seen anybody relaxing? No. By the time you reach the age of 60, already it has become your conditioning. You are running behind the goal. You missed the path. Understand? Do not do that sin. If at all there is something called sin in the life, the only one sin, missing the life. Missing the life, thinking the goal. Continuously thinking the goal and missing the life is the only sin. That's the only sin. When you live, let your very living be blissful. Let your very living be blissful. When you are hurrying up early morning, just relax for a few seconds and think what for you are hurrying. Do not allow the feeling of the uneasiness continuously inside you. The gist of the whole my teaching is only one word. I can put the whole thing. In one word, I can put the whole gist of the whole technology. Do not allow continuous uneasiness or restlessness inside you. That's enough. That's all. Continuously you are allowing that restlessness inside you. You are letting that restlessness grow in you, thinking that at one point, after achieving that, you will remove that and relax. You will throw that and lie down. But by and by, that uneasiness, that restlessness becomes part of your being. That is why, after 60, you can never relax. That's the first thing. Even if you take away even if you leave all your responsibilities, suddenly you feel lonely. You can't sit with yourself. Throughout your life, you lived with that uneasiness. If you don't have that uneasiness, you are feeling that you are missing something. The uneasiness has become part of your life. Purpose and uneasiness, both are one and the same. The constant irritation which you are carrying in you is just because you are running behind a purpose. Because you do not relax into the present moment. If you can relax into the present moment, whenever you are having the restlessness, whenever you are having irritation, move, sit for 2-3 minutes, take few minutes and think what for you are having it, what for you are running, what you think as purpose. Analyze. Suddenly you will understand the whole thing is just purposelessness. You may have a big house, big car, too many relationships, whole thing is okay. But can you carry anything with you? No. Nothing can come with you. You can't take even a single checkbook. You can't carry. Even a single checkbook is not allowed. Nothing can be carried. Nothing can be taken. The whole thing is a pure purposeless. And I tell you, the moment you understand the purposelessness, tremendous inner healing happens to you. All the wounds, whether it is related to guilt or pain or somebody else disturbing you or mental suffering or some abusing things, everything will just be healed. Because what is that? All right, he is abused, okay. But what he is going to do after abusing? Can he carry anything? No. Or if I protect myself continuously without letting anybody abuse me, am I going to carry something? No. Understand, I am not asking you to allow anybody and everybody to abuse you. Do not go to the other extreme. Immediately mind will start thinking, oh, if this is true, then anybody can do anything or what? Do not go to the other extreme. First understand this extreme or this extreme you will be suffering. Allow this understanding to happen. Then this very understanding will guide you. This very intelligence will guide you. Do not bother about, oh, what he is teaching, what he is talking, then what for I lived, then whatever I learned is lie or what. Throughout my life I have taught, this is the purpose, that is the purpose. What is it? Suddenly he is telling there is no purpose. What kind of teaching it is? It's very difficult for ego to digest. Life is purposeless. But I tell you, whether you digest or not, truth is truth. You are just a water bubble, soap bubble. Nothing but a soap bubble. And nothing will stay. I think if I say that you are all soap bubbles, we are all soap bubbles, not you. That's a beautiful sloka. The moment you see enlightened master, you will become enlightened. Somebody asked me, then why I am not becoming enlightened, Swamiji? Please be very clear. Just because you are looking at me, don't think you are seeing me. Just because you are looking at me, never ever think you are seeing me. Seeing me is different. Looking at me is different. Looking is done just by eyes. Seeing is done by pure mind. As from now, you will understand me only as you understand yourself. If you think you are a farm, you will see me as a farm. This one example you can understand. Before attending any of my programs, when you just see me from distance or outside, what idea you have? A young boy, a young man, a little more decent, young Swami. That's all. The more and more you come near, naturally your view, idea changes. Your understanding changes. When you start understanding yourself, your understanding about me also changes. So please be very clear. Just because you are looking at me, you are not seeing me. The more you grow, more you will understand me. According to your maturity, you relate with me. So you can't say you are seeing me. And son, now, even you are seeing me is one more dream. We are all dream. If I say that we are all soap bubbles, maybe soap bubbles will put the defamation case. Even they have little more life. We are nothing but few soap bubbles, playing the whole drama, playing the whole thing, and the whole life is just pure purposeless. People sometimes get the shock. They come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I started understanding life is purposeless, I don't want to go to job, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, what can I do? What is happening to me? Even if that happens, do not bother. Even few days, if you don't go to the job, don't bother. Take vacation for 1 week, nothing wrong. And I tell you, it's the honest truth. If you allow this understanding to penetrate your being, you will never become lazy. Truth can never make you lazy. Truth can never make you lazy. Tamas can never happen to you out of intelligence. Maybe few days because you are being in this extreme, mind wants to go to this extreme. Because whole life you are spending restlessly. The moment you understand this, mind wants to go to this extreme of laziness. The most 2 days you will be lying in your bed. Just allow this understanding to happen. You will see. Third day you will be out of your bed as a new being. As a totally different being. You will never fall again into restlessness. Restlessness is the Rakshasa. Restlessness is the only devil. Through restlessness, you just lose the meaning of life. When you catch the purpose of life, you miss the meaning of living. Meaning of living is bliss. Purpose of life is your goals. Your goals make you miss the path. Do not let your goals miss the path. The Nirvanic player, all you need to understand is the whole thing is just purposeless. The moment you understand the whole thing is just purposeless, tremendous inner healing happens to you. All your idea about the future, that's the desire, which continuously haunts you. That will give way. You will be healed. All your guilt, I should have lived like that. Again, that gives way. You will be healed. And all your pains created by you or created by others. After all, even if you have not created the pain, what is there? That's nothing like a purpose. It's okay. You will be relaxed. You will relax. And all your joy, so-called joys, what is there? You are not going to carry anything. I have seen one master. His name is Yogi Ramswar. He lived in Arunachala. He is just like an innocent child, always smiling and blissful. Somehow I had the fortune to sit at his feet. I'll always go and sit with him. Whenever some people come and tell him something, some of their problems, or when they come and tell him, oh, Swamiji, you gave me darshan and healed me, you took care of me, because of you this happened, that happened. He will just tell, all right. If people come and tell him it's their problems, again he will tell, all right. And if somebody comes and tells, my father died, my husband died, my wife died, some serious things, again he will tell, all right. People used to get offended. They're thinking, what? I'm saying my problems and he's saying all right. One day I asked him, Swamiji, why are you saying all right for everything? Then he said beautifully, the whole thing is just purposeless. The whole thing is just purposeless. Whatever you think as a purpose, no meaning. And the whole thing is purposelessness. What is there in that life? The moment you understand the truth of purposelessness, whenever you remember the truth of purposelessness, immediately the cool breeze of inner healing happens to you. Your inner restlessness, your samsaya rakshasa, and suffering, your suffocating feeling simply disappears. Whatever you have or you don't have, they have no purpose. It's like from that big beach that one soap bubble has picked up 1 or 2 grains of sand, and it is telling it's having a big treasure. Whether the sand which is possessing or the sand which is lying on the beach, both have no purpose. Whether you have or don't have, both have no purpose. When you understand the purposelessness, I tell you, you need courage to go behind the truth. When you understand this, your whole life will start taking a new shape. Automatically, some kind of things you will not like to do, it will drop. Automatically, you will take up some kind of things. If you are courageous enough to go behind the transformation, you will live as a mukta when you are living. You will live as a liberated soul when you are living. Your very life will be a Jivan Mukta. Your very life will be a liberated being. Please understand. All you need is courage to go behind this understanding. And one more thing I tell you, you will never drop your job. You will never drop your relationships. You will never drop your house. You will never drop your car. You will not drop anything. You will just drop what you don't have, but with which you are living. Don't think you are living only with the things which you have. You are living with lot of things which you don't have. You are living mentally with them. All those things will drop. When you drop the things which you don't have, but with which you are living, you will start living with things which you have. You will start intensely living with them. When you drop the fantasy about the big throne, you will start enjoying the seat in which you are sitting. When you drop the imaginations about big cars, first time you will start enjoying the car which you are driving. When the purpose is dropped, the meaning will happen. When the purpose is dropped, the meaning of life, the bliss will start happening in your life. Yes.
He used the other half of the wife, or will they agree to that? Because they might be thinking that, oh, purposefully he's not trying to buy me a new car. And that would be a war in the house.
Your question is right. You see, I tell you one thing. If you understand the purposelessness, you will never stop the decision of making a new car, buying a new car. And I tell you, you will work much more intensely because you will not have the stress inside. And now you are working with stress. With stress, if you can make $100,000, I assure you, without stress, you will make $1 million. You will never be tired. You will never be tired. You will understand something called quantum spirituality. The horizontal line and vertical line, both will happen. See with my ashram is.
They are living examples of what I am speaking. It's not that they have dropped their responsibilities. All of them are living with their wives. All of them are going for their job. All of them are having whatever they have to have, everything. They just added only one thing, the understanding of the purposelessness. When you understand the life is purposeless, never think you will become lazy. Never think you will not have the comforts. You will have it. The urge or the restlessness to possess will not be there. The urge to possess, the restlessness to possess will not be there. You will be just living beautifully. You will be enjoying beautifully. You will simply work for the next car. I tell you, if you can work with that peace, you will work 10 times better than as you are working now. You will get the car much earlier. It will simply just multiply your whole energy. See, you never became tired because of working. You became tired thinking that you are doing big job. If you look into your life, you will understand. You never became tired by working. When you think, oh, I've done such big thing. Such big thing has happened by me. Immediately you'll be tired. The mind which makes you tired, the mind which says that you have done this, you have done that, that makes you dull. When you understand purposelessness, whatever things you achieve, you will never become tired. You will never think you have done big thing. The very idea, I did big, oh, I have done this, I have done that, will not be there. That is why I tell, if you are without ego, you will work 10 times more. You will have 10 times more comfort, more luxury, more joy, more bliss in your life. Apart from that, you will have your inner space always pure for yourself.
The first death I faced in my life, my father's elder brother's son, elder son, he died. He fell into the village well. He went for a vacation to one of his relatives' house. You all know in Indian villages, if the school holiday, immediately we'll pack and go to some aunt's house, uncle's house, 2-3 days run around there and come back. It's a only way of vacation. He went to a vacation nearby village. My family is a tight-knit family. They don't marry outside not even outside community, not even outside the family. They'll marry inside. You pick up one person, he will have 10 way of relationship with other persons. So, this boy used to be dumb and deaf little. So, he can't speak fluently. He went for vacation and the villages will have a wall, the well without wall. So, this guy was running around and fell into that well and died, unfortunately. So when his body was brought, first time, it's reality for me. Somebody whom you saw till few days before will not be there with you anymore. I can say in a way he was my first devotee. He used to have a great devotion for me. He is the one who will bring water, flowers, everything for my puja. He had a tremendous love and respect for me. Even though I am younger, to him, he will bring all the things necessary for my puja, help me in puja, assist me. Very religious person. And I used to give him a lot of attention. I am the only person who can play with him or who can entertain him.
You see, in all other play, you need to talk, you need to interact, you need to be equal. But my play is sitting with the deities and playing, doing puja. There you don't need to talk much. And only I will be able to accommodate him in my play. Nobody can accommodate. So I used to have a tremendous love for me, and my first assistant, maybe I can say, and a great devotee. Suddenly, he is not there. Apart from my practical problems of who will assist me in my puja and all that, who will fetch me water, who will get me flowers, who will get me sandal paste, then with that only you can do puja. I was thinking, who will do all this work? Such a big shock. The basic understanding that death is inevitable got drilled in me. Actually, I can say, this awakened the sense that I have to be dependent only on me, only on my body and mind for anything I want to do. Society will not be a permanent help. That reality was completely experienced by me. I can say, surely it has awakened a very deep, next level strands of DNA in my body. It's independence. I can say, this was one strong shift in my body. My body has started becoming yogic body. See, my whole idea of depending on somebody was lost. I have to be completely dependent only on the 6 feet frame for anything I have to do. And he was one more close disciple of Raghupati Yogi. Raghupati Yogi was actually working on him to make him speak. I have seen Raghupati Yogi actually made him speak at least on 3 occasions very fluently. But that boy finally asked Raghupati Yogi, no, I think I'll be better if I just live the same way I came, so that I will not have much responsibility in the world. Again, the conscious decision. I have seen Raghupati Yogi made him speak at least on 3 occasions, very fluently. He gave some herbs and asked him to keep on the last part of the teeth and hold. And he started speaking fluently. That funny thing is, holding his teeth, he was speaking fluently. That's the most funny thing. Still, I remember, the jaws are completely holding the herb, but he is speaking. He is able to create the sounds very properly, very clearly. That was the most funny part. Still, I am not able to understand how Raghupati Yogi made it. Anyhow, the first death, that is responsible for my body becoming yogic body. Oh God, because he used to bring me the Nagalinga flowers, which will grow, the flowers will happen in the tree at least some 6-7 feet high. He is little taller than me. He will climb that tree and get that flower. The flower will be like a 1,000 hooded snake, and inside there will be Shivalinga. It's called Nagalinga flower. So he used to climb the tree and bring the flower. First time I realized, oh God, now I have to climb by myself. Even though Raghupati Yogi has trained me, claiming pillars and all that, the necessity to become an independent yogic body has happened in me with that first death. The second death was my grandmother's, my grandfather's elder brother's wife. She lived the ripe age of more than 103. And till the end, very healthy. The funny part in this is, please understand, the most funny part in this is, all these deaths I am describing happened like a process, one by one by one. Now if I look back, it was such a great preparation. How the cosmos was making incarnation. Actually, I myself enjoy that story. I am writing an autobiography. I do not know whether somebody else is enjoying or not, going to enjoy or not. I myself intensely enjoying. Oh God, what a play! What a leela happening. It's such powerful truth, such powerful incidents, played so beautifully, such a coordinated way. The next death, my grandmother's death, that has given me the lesson of society cannot be trusted and it is not a structure as it is believed by you. Father is not a father, mother is not a mother, uncle is not uncle, aunt is not aunt. Things can be completely different. See, first time I realized people can talk one thing and think something else. I never understood you can think something and talk something else. First time I realized during my grandmother's death how people behaved. I saw, see, she died and there used to be a doctor opposite to my house, very nice person. This old lady, our house had a big well in the center. In villages, you know, the common wells will be there in center of the houses. So in my whole street, this is the only well which can give water during summer. During summer, all other wells will dry up. So this poor doctor, during summer, he has to come only to this well for water. And in villages, it's like they will water and food and all is practically any house you can go and eat. I have seen, at least when we were born and brought up, that we all kids will go to any house and eat in that 30-40 houses. It will be aunt, uncle, father, father's brother, brothers, in-laws, sisters. Husband. Some way it will be related. And so this doctor also has to come here for the water. This old lady who died, my grandmother, she had a strong belief that after the sunset, the needle, water, fire, all these three should not be given. So, for some urgent thing, after sunset, if they come for the water, this lady will shout and she will take away the vessel with which they fetch water from the well and hide it. Once the doctor came for very important, urgent reason, emergency for water, this lady did not give. She quoted the proverb, needle, water and fire should not be taken out of the house after the sunset. It's the village belief. So, the day before she died, it was late night. She had some problem. She need to have injection. Some injection. So the doctor was called. The doctor came and checked everything and he said injection has to be given. Then that old lady said, go and bring from your house. An opposite house. This doctor said, you only used to tell water, needle and fire cannot be brought outside the house. After the sunset, how can I bring? That old lady could neither say yes nor say no. She said, no, somehow save me, save me.
Then finally the doctor is a good person. He went and brought and did whatever he can, but he couldn't save naturally because she's too old. And next day she passed away. I just remembered, oh God, this lady to whom she's not giving, but that guy is giving so much. That's one understanding. Second, when the death was declared, I saw all my family people, they were all sitting and they were all very normal, happy, actually waiting for her to die because she had a lot of money, jewelries. Those days, that silver coin, in India, we had a bit of silver coin, pre-independence, silver coins. A lot of those coins she had under her bed in a trunk box. So now all these fellows will get a share. But she herself did not have any kids, but her brothers and their kids, many, and finally each one will get one, maybe little. But they were all waiting for their share. They were waiting for her death. The moment she died, I saw these fellows were very cool. They did not cry immediately. They went to their rooms. Each one will be given one own room, usually in the joint families. They all went to their rooms and changed the dress, put on very simple clothes, removed all the costly jewels and put on simple jewels, came and assembled in the hall, center hall, as if like a scene. And the first one say, start, oh, they started crying. It's almost like a Divya Shariri. The moment I say, they start jumping. And oh, they start. I thought, oh God. I thought the pain or the suffering will come immediately. The moment you say, she has died. But these guys all went and did removed their makeup and they all opened their hair. Almost preparation for the whole scene. And I remember some of the ladies, they wiped all the powder and eyeliner, whatever they had. They came and sat in round circle and, oh, Pati, you left us and went away. Oh, Granny, you left us and went away. They start, I couldn't understand. Oh, God. Just 1 minute before, they were all right. And the doctor declared at least 20 minutes before she is dead. How come 20 minutes, no pain, no suffering, no crying came out? Till all of them went to their rooms and changed their clothes and came back. And they were even waiting for somebody to arrive. So they all waited. When the last one arrived, then they started, oh, Granny, you left us and went away. There is a typical song. I thought, oh God. Anyhow, I was not able to cry. I was feeling sad because I missed my candy every day. Every day she will give me one job. She'll tell me to go and bring tobacco from the corner shop in the street. Every corner in the street, she'll ask me to go and bring tobacco for chewing. She'll not give money. She'll tell, take from your father. My father is a spendthrift. That is the right word I have to say. And he and money can't go hand in hand. Anybody asks anything, you will give away. You don't need to ask second time. Only once you need to tell him, you are in suffering, and he will give it away. And he will give me the money, and I will get tobacco for her and candy for me. And from today, no candy, because she is gone. And I was only feeling bad for that, but I was not crying. I know all these fellows are trying to fake that crying. I slowly started laughing. Oh God. I'm a small boy, 10-year-old boy maybe. I went and leaned on my mother's back. Still I remember very clearly. They were all sitting like around and they were putting their hand on each other and bending and going up and down. That is the way they cry. Oh, Granny, you left us and went away. That is the way they cry. I'm giving you the exact scene. And then after 2-3 times you shout that clean the nose and wipe on the back, somebody's backside sari, somebody's pallu. And then, oh, the milk which we boiled for yesterday got spoiled. That's all verses. And the buttermilk which we kept for you is drank by the cat. Then we realized you are not going to be here to drink that milk, to drink that buttermilk. These are all, I'm giving the exact translation of the village verses. When somebody dies, how they sing, it's called Oppari in Tamil. And then after a few minutes, when it becomes tired, you see how many times you will bend and up and down, up and down. And after a few minutes, they will sit and they will wipe their face and they will talk. What happened to your mother-in-law? She did not come. Hey, this saree I never saw. Where did you buy? And they will be talking all very relaxed way. If some new relative comes, then, oh mama, our granny went away, leaving us. And that guy also will take the kerchief very seriously. We don't know whether he is hiding his laughter or crying. No, really. See, really, how many of you felt when you went to a death house feeling like laughing? Raise your hand. See? But you can't laugh there. What to do? Take the kerchief and hide the face. No, I saw the whole fun happening. And I was actually leaning on my mother's back. She was doing the same exercise of up and down. Now I remember leaning on her back and holding her head. Ma, you were not crying earlier. I asked, hey. She said, hey, keep quiet. Now cry. Then I peeped my head between the heads and looked into my aunt's face. She also, when she comes up, she is showing the face. When she goes down, she's okay. When she was going down, she's okay. She's just wiping the face and she's not showing any face. When she comes up, when others are able to see, she starts crying. I thought, oh God, how can this be? And still I remember very clearly all the scenes, very vividly. And these guys are not crying earlier, now they are crying. How can this sudden? And not only that, after a few minutes they settle down, and only when the new relative comes, again the bust. And that guy also will sit in that circle and he will say, okay, what to do? After all, she lived her life completely. And then after 2 minutes, he will wipe the face and then ask, so everything, what else is going on? What is growing in the land, in that farmland? Is all the properties in our name or shifted to somebody else's name? They will start inquiring. And after dropping that body, after 1 hour, I saw all these fellows got into our room and locked themselves. And I also somehow sneaked into the room. I saw they are sharing the wealth under our bed. Now the fight started among the family. Who will get that? She had a Pavala mala, the pearl mala. Who will get that mala? Who will get this coin? Who will get that jewelry? Who will get this jewelry? And they are cutting all that mala and jewels into pieces and weighing. And dead body is lying down in the hall. But already the sharing has started. When I looked at all that, I thought, oh God, this lady had so much under her cot and she will never give a penny for the tobacco. First thing I thought, if she would have given a little bit of this, I would have given it to the chettiar, and whole life she would have had tobacco and I would have had candy. And neither she enjoyed nor she gave me, and she just left the whole thing and died. Then I suddenly realized, even these fellows who are fighting and sharing, they are also going to live and die like this. Same thing is going to happen. They take from her after her death. Somebody else is going to take from these guys after these guys' death. I thought, oh God, that's right.
So, what is the use of this whole thing? Then what is happening in this whole thing? Just somebody steals from somebody, legally or illegally. But it is all just stealing. If you are caught, it's illegal. If you are not, it is legal. That's all. Otherwise, from here to there, it's all just stolen. Nothing else. First time, my idea about society crumbled down. Because one of my uncle was forcing me. I cry. I said, no, I don't feel like crying. He said, no, everybody is coming, cry. I said, no, I won't. Then he slapped me. I just held his hand and said, if you touch me once more, I'll tell everybody what all you guys did in the room. Fighting for our jewels. Then my father intervened and said, this fellow will really tell. Why are you playing with him? Why are you beating him at this moment? He will really sit outside and tell everybody before they come inside. Then they understood the danger. They put me in a room and locked me. They locked that room. I was inside that room. I can say I cried for maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Then when I just fell, it was a big opening, a kind of a breaking. My whole being settled. My respect for society has disappeared. I was living near a place called Varanasi, one of the sacred pilgrimage center of Hinduism, place called Gazipur. I was serving a sadhu, old monk, who was very sick. It's a small town, a small hospital, a small ward, some 2-3 steel cot and bed, and few old steth and BP machine, and a green screen. You can visualize an Indian village hospital, you can imagine. This sadhu whom I was taking care, next bed, the patient was about to die. This old doctor and that old nurse, both of them are trying to revive him, support him. The patient who was dying must be less than 50. So they were trying to help him. But I could see he's already started dying. Please listen. First time I saw death in 4 dimensions. I'll describe as much as I can. You have 7 parts in you. Your body with flesh, blood. This is the first part. Second is your breathing. Your breathing, that's the second part. Third, your thinking. Fourth, your feeling. Fifth, the area you experience during deep sleep, from where you are experiencing feeling. Understand? First, this flesh, blood. Second, breathing, prana. Third, thinking, mind. Fourth, feeling, emotions. Fifth, the deep sleep state, which is called causal layer, from which all this feeling, thinking, everything happens. Sixth, the soul, your individual soul, consciousness. Seventh is the cosmic soul.
Paramatma, Nirvana, enlightenment. All these 7 put together is you. Please listen. If the cosmic soul is an ocean, your private beach is individual soul. Clear? If cosmic soul is ocean, your private beach is individual soul. So you can't say individual soul does not belong to cosmic soul. Your private beach is also ocean. You can't say you are having ocean. It's your private beach. How many of you understand? So all these 7 put together is you. I could see this guy moving from one to another. First, in his body, the heavy pain chemicals are released. How many of you experienced scorpion bite in your life? Scorpion bite. Scorpion bite. Any? Usually, if the scorpion bites in that area, for you not to feel the pain, your body will release the painkillers, anti-pain chemicals. That will only make that whole area swell. Any doctors here? Your body has a natural anesthetic methods. Do you know that? If the pain goes beyond certain limit, your body itself will release automatically painkiller inside the anesthesia, and you will fall into unconscious state, coma. First, exactly that is what has happened to that guy. There was so much of pain in the body, as if his skin is being peeled. So much painkiller was released inside the system, he fell into coma. Automatically. The moment he fell into coma, all his patterns become alive and vital. It is like 25 kids are in the house and parents are not there. What will happen to that house? 25 wild kids and parents are not there in the house. That is the way, if your consciousness is missing, and that is the way your patterns behave. Even while the kids behave, your consciousness is like a father. Your patterns are all kids. When your consciousness is not there, when you become unconscious, coma stage, patterns just make ruckus. I could see his unconscious soul was kicked like a football. Imagine in this house, in this room, one football is there and 25 football players are there. If all of them kick at that ball, what happens? So all his desire patterns are kicking at him. The ball is flying from one corner to another corner. His soul, unconscious soul, which is in coma. All your patterns have a deep vengeance on your soul, your consciousness. Please listen. Please listen. I could see in that person all the desire patterns are kicking him, asking, I told you, fellow, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. You did not fulfill me, complete me. Desire is nothing but the commitments you gave it to you. Understand? The commitments you gave it to you, all stands there and questions you. Why you did not fulfill me? Honor me. Then somehow that soul jumps to the next level. Next level, all the guilt, inauthenticity comes up. and say, I told you we should have lived like that, like that. Why did you do this? Do this. The first, the lack of integrity patterns are kicking you. Desire. Next, inauthenticity. The guilt patterns. I can say this is the space when the individual soul feels hell. So individual soul experiences hell. Getting it? Hell is not actually separate. Geographical, it is psychological. And then soul moves to next. All the pains you experience in your life, your irresponsibility patterns, that comes up and shatters, beats the soul which is already unconscious. Then it finally goes and falls into that deep sleep layer. From there, it doesn't move further. It immediately goes and takes next body in that unconsciousness itself. So that is why you do not know what kind of house, parents you are choosing. You just close your eyes and walk. After entering only, you open your eyes and see, oh God, I thought I am coming to the cinema theater. Now only I understood. I came to the garbage tank. Oh, you are a garbage can. I thought you are a Pizza Hut. After you enter into the garbage tank, garbage lorry, you say, I thought I am in the Pizza Hut. But now you cannot change. You have taken already one more body. Exactly this is what happens while you die. Please understand, I am giving you the visual description of what happens. You do not touch your individual soul or cosmic soul, your individuality, without even touching your individual soul or the cosmic soul consciously, takes another one birth. It is like you are dreaming, without even waking up, you fall asleep and again dream. Again fall asleep, again dream. You never come to waking state. How many of you understand? That's the way body is assumed. This is the third death I saw in my life. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect which you carry for your ego will come down. Because whatever you think should not leave you is ego. When you know for sure everything is going to leave you, then the respect for ego just drastically drops. And especially, I'm a kind of a too sharp, straightforward guy. So straight away the respect for ego dropped. Then I decided, after all I'm going to die. Either I should have death experience now itself and live without the death fear, or die and see. That's all. But I have to see the death. There is a small Shiva temple in one corner and a small tower above the temple. I went and sat in that tower so that nobody will disturb me. In one corner I sat. If you see in the biography souvenir, you will see the photograph where I had the first death experience. I sat there. From there I started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. Still I remember the strong click was when an elderly lady's body was being burnt. I saw her, she had a big belly, the cloth burnt and the fat which was there in the belly started burning and melting and flowing. Sorry for describing too vividly. I could see very clearly because the cloth got burnt, the body is there and the fat is burning and melting and flowing. Because the fat is flowing, the fire is still burning with a full speed. That gave a very strong click into me and said, oh God, yes, same way it is going to burn. And same thing is going to happen to this body also. Let it happen. That click opened up a deep fear of death. And that fear, when it spread all over the body, when I faced it consciously, I could see very clearly that fear spreading all over the body. When the fear met my awareness, hit my awareness, that became death experience. Understand? Whenever your fear is suppressed, it stays inside you as a suppressed fear. Whenever it comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and shakes your whole nervous system and breaks it down. If it is faced consciously, it becomes death experience. The fear, death fear, if you just escape, run away, when that fear happens, it becomes death. When you face it consciously, it becomes death experience. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression. Death fear plus unconscious is nervous breakdown. Death fear plus conscious is death experience. Understand? I have given a clear explanation, clear equation. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression, perversion. Death fear plus unconscious means you don't suppress, but neither you face. You just get shaken, frightened, fear stroke, nervous breakdown. Death fear, conscious awareness is death experience. I was able to see very clearly the fear which rose when I faced it consciously with awareness became death experience. Means I saw clearly the body is dead. It's not moving. 2.5 days, no food, no water, no thought, no question, no doubt, body was there. Only after the experience I realized 2.5 days passed. It was there. I could see with closed eyes, the body is dead and there is no movement. Suddenly, after 2.5 days, the click happened. God, body is dead, but I exist still. I am there. That clarity, that click, when it clicked, it became such an intense ecstasy. The fear of death left once for all. And it has become such a deep ecstasy, such a joy, such bliss. And slowly opened the eyes. I was able to move the body. First thing I felt was such a deep ecstasy and gratitude. I went down to the Ganga. It was just a few feet. Sprinkled little Ganga water, took the Ganga water in Kamandalu, little ash from the fire, straight went to Vishwanatha and put that ash and did the puja. That was the first thing. It was such a deep gratitude. I saw Vishwanatha was alive. Understand? Because I died, Vishwanatha became alive. Till the day before, because I was alive, Vishwanatha was always dead stone. Because I was alive, Vishwanatha was just dead stone because I died. Vishwanatha is the Shiva in Varanasi. Fourth death. Fifth death is in Bangalore. See, after my own death experience, I came to Central India. In the Central India, I realized my incarnation hood in 2000. Then 2001, I came and settled down in Tamil Nadu. And 2002, I came to Karnataka. 3, I started the Sangha organization. In 2002 end, or I can say 2003 beginning, I think. In Bangalore, I was attending a patient, one of our devotee, to heal. I went to hospital. In the hospital, the next bed patient was dying. That time I watched. The patient was dying without any pain, like a knife in the butter. He was very smoothly leaving the body and disappeared into the ocean, enlightened. I was shocked when I investigated. I did not see any special reason why this guy became enlightened, because he was not a meditator, he was not a religious guy, no guru. I was wondering how come he became enlightened. When I contemplated, I realized he was dying in the presence of an incarnation. So naturally, my presence has contributed for his peaceful passing away. Then I meditated, how can I give this help to people? If there is any way I can help people to have this peaceful death, let me tell you one incident happened in my life. In Bangalore, I was giving a satsang on Ashtavakra Mahagita. I received the information my father passed away, massive cardiac arrest, and he passed away. My mother was in the satsang. So I continued the satsang, and after the satsang, after darshan, when I got into my car, called the mother and made her sit in my car, and she's a village lady. First time in her life, she is leaving my father alone and coming and staying somewhere outside in her 27 years of marriage. And he passed away. I don't know how many of you will believe. I lived there with them 17 years. I never saw them even once arguing with each other. I'm sure they would have had difference of opinion, arguments, because they are human beings. Even Mahadeva and Sati had argument. What about, come on. Even he had marital problems. So, no, I'm not saying they would not have had, but at least they managed such a way that never in front of us, never in front of kids, I've seen them raising their voice or arguing. Very happily they lived. So she's sitting next to me, and I'll tell you exactly just few words I told her. First word I said, Ma, I think father is not feeling well, he's in serious condition. She just looked into my eyes. Next statement I said, I think he is dead. She looked into my eyes. Third statement I said, please understand, I'm talking to my mother inside the car where nobody is there. It's a complete private conversation. I told her, you know, I can bring him back. Do you want? That's all I asked. You know, I can bring him back. Do you want? The statement she made, I tell you with all my integrity, Swamiji,
That is between you and his soul. I will not interfere. That is between. Just now she received the news and she knows I can bring him back. She's a village lady. She did not have time to think and answer. Spontaneous, straight answer. I know how dependent she is on him. She said, in Tamil she said, Swami, அது நீங்களும் அவரும் முடிவு பண்ணணும், நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது சாமி. I just hugged her and said, that's why I chose you as my mother. There are many moments you are proud of me, now I am proud of you, I told her. There are many moments you are proud of me, having son like whatever. I said, now I am proud of you. I told her in Tamil. பல நேரத்தில் நீ பெருமைப்பட்டிருப்ப, இப்ப எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்குமா? Understand with mother. In the moment where my father is dead, you can't expect me to lie or give a false hope. All of you understand? With that integrity, I am talking to all of you now. The integrity with which I was talking to my mother when my father is dead. I told her, all right, I'll relate with him and then decide. Anyhow, he wanted to rest, he wanted to relax. He said, what more? Just. He wanted to rest, so I liberated him, and that's different.
It is time to enter into the meditation. Understand? Now we are going to enter into a new mental setup. We are taking a conscious decision to reclaim our inner space, to drop all the social conditioning. Anybody who is not interested in dropping the social conditioning? Who says, no, I am okay, Swamiji, with this itself. The biography which I have written is beautiful. If God gives me one more chance, I will do the same way only. Then you don't need to drop. Carry it with you. If you really feel like dropping social conditioning, let us enter into this meditation. It's a powerful technique. It's called Braja Homa. Means removing the dirt from your inner space. Burning the dirt of your inner space. It is done only when people take sannyas. Of course, I am not going to give you sannyas. Don't bother. Don't worry. But this meditation technique is so sacred. It is done when people take sannyas. It's called Braja Homa. Means removing the dirt from the inner space. Now, this has got 3 steps. First thing, we will thank all the people who gave this mental setup. Meaning, why should we thank? These guys have tortured us. Why should we thank? Be very clear. Even making you understand it is a torture. It's a great, beautiful thing done to you. If you were not understood, how will you go for enlightenment? So even your enemy has helped you to be more strong. Directly or indirectly. They have pushed you to this end. People who gave you suffering, at least have made you think about the life. Kundi says beautifully, Arjuna's mother, Krishna, give me suffering from all 4 corners, so that constantly I will think about you. I will think the reality of life and become enlightened. Understand? Even suffering has taught you something. We will go beyond this mental setup, not cursing this setup, by giving gratitude to the people. You guys have done what best you can do. Now it is time. We are going beyond this. We will not blame you. We have no curse in our mouth. All we have is thanks. We are proceeding. We are going further. So it is time for us to thank all the people who gave this mental setup to us. Then you will relive the whole thing with this one idea of purposelessness. Go through everything with this one clarity of purposelessness. Third step, we'll drop the whole thing visually. You will visualize and drop the whole thing. Please do not underestimate your visualization power. Your visualization power is so powerful, so strong. It can simply make things happen. If you visualize, you are dropping the whole conditioning. Simply it will happen. Do not underestimate. Don't think, just by imagining what will happen. Your whole life is nothing but your imagination. So do not bother. Your visualization is just imagination. It is power. It is energy. Now, we will enter into this meditation. Then step by step, I will guide you. You don't have to tie the ribbon. Please have these flowers and sesame seeds in your hand. Have this plate in your hand and sit straight. Please. When you get the plate, sit straight. Close your eyes. No need to tie the ribbon. Just close your eyes. Please sit straight. Close your eyes. Inhale and exhale. Slowly as possible. As deeply as possible. Feel grateful to all the people who gave you this body and mind with which you live all these days. First, remember your mother for giving you your finished reading. And put those papers in the offering plate. Sit straight, tie your ribbon. Yeah. Please pray. Close your eyes. relieve all your desires. Completely see them in your inner space with a clear understanding of purposelessness. Whether they are fulfilled or unfulfilled, they have no purpose. All the four layers of desires completely relieve them. You are dropping them into offering plate, relieve and relieve them to the offering plate. Put the whole thing in the offering plate. One by one, relieve them and relieve them. Release them and release them. Bring them out, offering plate. Jesus is another God, perfectly alright, we don't have a problem. We are not he's on some level like a brother. Over. And these fellows, what is the difference between missionaries and us? We will lose our sanity, understand? Non-conversion, ahimsa, non-violence is the root of our tradition. We don't believe in conversion. We don't believe in terrorism. But these fanatics, these Krishna fanatics, will create one more terrorism. See, these idiots will create more terrorism. If you say only Krishna, what nonsense is going on? Then after that they stop calling. I don't know whether they stop talking this nonsense. Same way. See, say, Muhammad is the prophet of God, perfectly nothing wrong. He is the last prophet, what do you mean? Nobody became enlightened. See, I became enlightened. If I say after me nobody became enlightened, then the path which I have, I destroy the system. It's a defect in me. If I contributed to the science and left the path open to the next generation, for more and more people to become enlightened, that is the prestige. These guys don't understand when they say this. Muhammad is the last prophet, they are defaming him. They are abusing him. Be very clear, there is no last prophet, there is no only one son. Again and again, and Krishna himself says, that is the beauty of Gita. He says, again and again I will come back. Again and again I will happen. Sambhavami yuke. Understand? In Sanskrit, that word means, what he says, he does not say, again and again I will come back. He says, again and again I will happen. Means, Krishna is a conscious happening, not individual person. He is a conscious happening. He says beautifully, Sambhavami yuke. Every generation I happen. You will happen again and again. So be very clear. There is no such thing as, if you come to me, you should not go to any other tradition, or you will not learn from any other tradition. Learn from all sources and enrich you. See, basically, this whole thing, spirituality is what for? To expand you, to enrich you. Sometimes you may find some good flower here, there, here, there. Learn all the good things. As much as positive things to your life. There's nothing wrong. That's why all people here say, not only Shiva, Krishna, Rama, I think even Nayamas and the Jain Tirthankaras, Buddha, Guru Granth, everything. Almost all traditions, I try to. Whoever wants to feel connected to anything, please connect. All I need, see, the purpose is to elevate your consciousness. If you feel connected to Shiva, then pray to Shiva, meditate on Shiva, and elevate yourself. If you feel connected to Krishna, then meditate on Krishna, elevate yourself. The purpose is raising your frequency, raising your consciousness. Any technique is okay, any method is okay. Don't go to a person who says all other things are lie, are lower than them. Don't go to a person who says don't go to others. That's all. Do the accumulated karma of all past births be burnt out in energy? Yes. Even single conscious glimpse. See, if you have 1,000 bags of cotton, it's not that you need 1,000 days to burn it. One torch is enough. If your inner space is dark for 10,000 years, you don't need 10,000 years to light it. One lamp is enough, 1 second is enough. So, when I say yes, I mean it. See, man, as a thing, is polygamous, but as an expression, as a fulfillment, it should become monogamous. Understand? As a polygamous, if you take birth, it's okay, but as a polygamous, if you die, you wasted your life. We should grow to the level of monogamous. So I don't want to use the word sin, but be sure that the person is not evolved or grown. See, this many affairs is more or less like a, you don't have respect for that individual, for that being. But don't quote Krishna. Krishna's energy and Krishna's consciousness is different. Don't think you can become Krishna by having many affairs. Become enlightened and become Krishna. Not by. I always get this kind of questions. People come and tell me, why Vivekananda smoke, why I should not smoke. Hey, you become enlightened and then smoke. You also do that. And why Krishna had so many gopikas, why not me? You became enlightened, then he had. So you also became enlightened. You have whatever you want. What is there? No, I don't know. Whenever people come and tell me, I have 2-3 affairs, what to do, something like that. The itself will teach you enough punishment. You don't need a separate punishment. That suffering is more than enough. That will lead. Take care. Either you learn from master or later will teach. Somebody asks me if I were to die during this process, I would consider myself very fortunate as it would happen in the presence of an enlightened master. Okay, but anyhow, you come back, relax. Some of them are writing that after the experience, the inner being is very calm. Still, the mind has different thoughts going on. Is it normal? That's normal. Still, it will take 1 or 2 more meditation techniques. All right. Somebody is asking, with marriage being your favorite subject, any advice on dealing with it with less conflicts? Vinay? If you think I know the technique, I will become Swami. Why do you think I will become Swami? Many people ask me, Swami, how to handle the spouse, how to make the other person to do what we want. If you think, if I know the technique, you think I will become Swami. There are many other simple FAQs. Whatever feels like boring, when you visualize, when you try to empower, Agamya, just do this process for 10 days. Every day, just sit half an hour and try to give life to all the desires, especially after doing this pranic meditation, the breathing method. Just do that and sit and try to visualize. You will see so many things which you think or which you thought you will never be able to drop, even many addictions, they just disappear. They just disappear. I helped so many people to drop many affairs, addictions, just with one method. When many affairs, what you think is very important thing in your life, they just disappear. If a person dies before reaching enlightenment, does he get a choice about whether to return to earth or not? Yes. You have to take body till you become enlightened. If you live a restless life, immediately you take body. You can wait and take body, but you have to come down. Till you become enlightened, you have to come back. There are so many questions which will be answered actually by tomorrow day after tomorrow sessions. What do I need to do if I want to make you my guru? I say only one thing. You need to have that psychological revolution inside and do every day Nithya. This is the only two things. Psychological revolution means live the truth courageously. Whatever you know as the truth, live it courageously. The more and more truth will be revealed to you. Please understand. If you realize one truth in your life and you execute that truth, when you make decisions about life, at least 2-3 times, then the second truth will start opening up in your being. This is what I call nivritti, life towards enlightenment. If you don't execute the truth which has become your realization, then second time, the same truth you won't even remember. Please understand, you won't even remember. So any truth which clicks with you, the spiritual truth, ideas, start doing it. That is what I call psychological revolution. At least once do Nithya. These two is enough. You can claim yourself as my disciple, or I can say you are my disciple. This is a simple thing. All other things will happen by itself. I don't say only if you wear my mala, you are my disciple. I don't say if you are my bracelet, you are my disciple. Sometimes these fellows who use all these things say, mala, bracelet, and all is just to remind you that you are supposed to have a psychological revolution. Mala is especially to remind you to have psychological revolution. And bracelet is to remind you every day whether you have done Nithya. Before eating, you should remember. Have you done Nithya? If not, stop eating. Do Nithya, come back and eat. For that only this bracelet. So all these things are to remind you. Don't think only that makes you my disciple. No. And these fellows, it became a fashion actually after it. Millions of people are reading. So, I always tell people, remember the spirit behind. Then it will become spiritual. Otherwise, it will just ritual. Don't make things ritual. Make spiritual. Somebody is saying, my father is not well, I wish his vision can be improved. I am not carrying his picture, but I can come back with it. You can send a photograph with a note, the distant feeling from Swamiji to the reception. It will reach me. It will reach my quarters. So, there are some more questions. After enlightenment, do you lose temper at times? So, funny question. Two things. First thing, I don't have mind to lose temper or have temper. Second thing, I'm very practical and intelligent guy. I'm not silent like Ramana Maharshi. Ramana Maharshi doesn't have to lead a big spiritual revolution. Fortunately, all he need to do is just help some few hundred people. Ramakrishna initiated only 16 sannyasis, 16 in his whole life. He lived 50 years on the planet Earth, 16. Vivekananda initiated totally 31 in his 40 years of life. And Ramana Maharshi initiated only 7 disciples into enlightenment. Fortunately, they all did not have big job. But what to do my life? I have run such a big organization. Already we have 1,200 full-time ashramites. Something like 300 sannyasis. At least 50 have been initiated into enlightenment. So huge work. So I am very practical. Maybe you can say, I play the mask of anger. And it is just used sometimes. But I myself never get hurt, or I myself never get disturbed. Because there's no mind. Why are you doing? That's all. That's what I can't do. I can better read your mind than this. Because at least in mind you don't interfere. Directly it's between me and your mind. Yes, because you interfere. It's a big problem. Do aliens really exist? Do alien enlightened masters exist on the other planet? Human enlightened master sitting in front of you. Think of me. What are you going to do now, knowing that alien enlightened master and all those nonsense? Even if they come down, you think that you can be helped by them? People ask me, really, Swamiji, can you read my nadi in what Agastya wrote and tell me what to do? In a plain, simple English, I am telling you what to do. You are not ready to listen to this. And somebody wrote in some language, neither you understand nor I understand, you want to know that. This is called mystery mongering, actually. In English, we have very technical mystery mongering. Just trying to know some useless thing. Even if I get some alien masters here, and ask them to give some instruction. You will go and follow. I'm sitting here and talking to you in plain English. It's not 4 days. You are only now bothered about some alien landing for 10 minutes and talking to you and disappear. You think that will do some big work inside. I don't know who runs it. Relax. I was asking one, what is the desire that holds you in your body? For example, Ramakrishna used to smoke. It's a big business secret. Actually, he watched me very closely and just continuously touching and rolling my finger or rolling the rudraksha, repeating the mantra. That is the way I hold on to my body. That is the way I hold on to my body. Wherever you may see, whether in discourse or classes or anything, either I will be holding the rudraksha or I will be just moving the finger. If the rudraksha is not there, I will be just moving the finger. Means I am trying to hold on to the body, repeating the mantra. I have very strong experience with my mantra before enlightenment. That's what I used to do. That mantra only I hold on to hold the body. Even now, if somebody asks me for autograph, I will sign only that mantra. Legally itself, that is my signature. I don't sign as Nithyananda because I don't feel connected to that name. People call me by that name. And that name is given by Mahavatar Baba. Somebody has asked me a question. Lalit, please describe in your own words your experience with Mahavatar Baba. Lalit, who? Oh, you put the question. Okay. Maybe day after tomorrow I will discuss because it's too beyond logic and too personal.